Testing, one. Good afternoon and welcome to Dafabet, St George's Park on a very blustery, overcast, cloudy day. The two umpires making their way to their positions, umpires White and Vosloo. The match referee, the well-known Barry Lamson, and it's the Dafabet Warriors that are taking on the Hollywoodbets in the Warriors' very first home game here in Gqberha, with the news that the Dafabet Warriors have won the toss and they've decided to bowl. And as you look at that picture, the wind is howling over the Crusaders stand from right to left as you look at that picture. And it's going to be rather difficult for those bowlers to get some form of control, with the winds expected to get to almost 70 kilometers an hour around about 3 o'clock. Very awkward playing conditions, and I'm sure the umpires have got their heavy bails in place already. The Dolphins batsmen already at the crease, just waiting for the Warriors, who's still in a huddle at their little dugout. For the Dolphins, Zondo and Parsons await the fielders, and young Semetu from the Dafabet Warriors leads the side onto the field. He's now playing in his 50th match for the Dafabet Warriors. Du Plessis it will be that will keep wicket for the Warriors. Zondo and Parsons. Zondo just playing some imaginary shots, getting the hand-eye coordination correct, and that's going to be crucial this afternoon with this awkward wind blowing across Dafabet St George's Park. And it's a pleasure to welcome to the commentary box, it's Gqberha, Robin du Plessis.
Thanks, Craig. Exciting times to be here. It's cricket season again. First game for the Warriors, and definitely looking forward to some silverware this year. First home game, we saw last year the importance of your home fixtures, and they got off to a great flyer last year, and hoping they can kick on this year to bring some silverware home back to Port Elizabeth, Gqberha.
You know, it was exactly this same fixture last year that the Dolphins comprehensively beat the Dafabet Warriors, and it put the Warriors out of a home semi-final. And it was almost the start of a slide for the Warriors, because up until this game, at the end of last season, the Warriors were almost unbeatable, but they are missing a lot of key players of the Warriors. They're missing their previous captain, Matthew Plessis, Stubbs and Kruger away on international duty. And from the Park Drive end, it's going to be Swanepoel to get proceedings underway. Oh, and immediately some movement, obviously aided by the wind, and Bayer Swanepoel getting some good carry and bounce out of this Dafabet St George's Park pitch.
Bayer Swanepoel has shown in the past few years how important he is to this bowling attack of the Warriors. Good T20 cricketer, good all-round cricketer. It will be important here for the Warriors to get off to a good start.
And that outside edge found again, and with the fielding restrictions in place for the power play, which is the first 6 overs, that third man up in the circle, they've got a wideish backward point out on the boundary. There you can see him left of picture. So it means that a conventional third man is up in the circle. And with the pace of Swanepoel, that delivery and that gap found, and that's the problem with that man so close in within the circle, and it's an easy, comfortable 2 runs to Parsons to get the Hollywoodbets Dolphins scoring underway.
It will be interesting to see how the Warriors go this season. Of few new signings. Young CJ King joins his brother up here in Port Elizabeth. And also we got John Du Plessis joining, who's wicket keeping today.
Swanepoel again. And you can see that wind definitely affecting the travel of that delivery, just taking the ball away from the left-handed Parsons. But he's done well. He's waited for the ball to come to him and just eased it into the gap for the single. Now, Zondo, he'll expect with that wind across the pitch, the delivery should come back into the right-hander.
Be interesting to see how both teams use the conditions. As the one side here towards the scoreboard area, the boundary is much shorter than to the other side.
Yep. Anything on the leg side for Zondo now is hitting with the wind. And there it edges away from that solitary first slip. Third man very fine and will restrict it just to the single. But there you could see that extra movement with the wind coming back at the right-handed Zondo.
So lots of bounce there from that end here. Gqberha Swanepoel get lots of bounce off the surface.
The familiar St. George's Park band striking it up. Change of pace, fingers across the seam, well controlled by Parsons.
And that's the end of the first over. The Dolphins are 5 without loss. It's so important here, Craig, that the Warriors strike up front, especially seeing that they won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Yeah, you find in modern T20 cricket, limited over cricket, a lot of sides will back themselves to chase any target that is set. And depending on their bowlers, keeping a rein on the opposition batsman, you find it's easier to chase those runs that you know at what sort of rate you've got to score at. And certainly in the shorter format, knowing what target you're chasing over by over certainly is much better. And this is the new acquisition to Dafabet Warriors. CJ King, brother of JP King, he'll be starting from the Duck Pond Pavilion end.
So good to see him opening the bowling, getting back from the captain and the coach, coming down here and getting a start in the first game.
Round the wicket to the left-hander. Not too much movement there with that first delivery. He'll try and use that wind, which is blowing from right to left as you look at that picture. Obviously, with a change of strike, left-hand, right-hand combination ideal for the Dolphins. CJ King will now come over the wicket.
An interesting fact between these two sides is that the Warriors have beaten the Dolphins 13 times and the Dolphins have won the fixture 12 times. So it's good head-to-head. Can't decide the winner on stats here.
And there we see that wind causing problems with the bails. That's the second time now umpire Vosloo has had to replace those bails. And they're predicting that the wind by 3 o'clock this afternoon will be up around the 70 kilometre an hour mark. Testing for everybody. Short pulled, finds enough carry to get over mid-on. Lush outfield here in very good condition from the curator here, Adrian Carter, and it'll just be the 2 runs to Zondo, 8 without loss, and CJ King possibly just a little bit guilty of pitching the ball a bit too short. Important on a pitch like this, you've got to find that length, that ideal length. Far better, far better. Everybody goes up and appeal. Now it looks like Zondo almost turned and was going to make his way back to the pavilion.
That's the length right there where CJ King has to be. The goodish to foolish length.
But it almost looks as though Zondo almost sold himself. And with this wind, the umpire is going to really struggle to hear a nick because you've got the band noise wafting across the ground as well. Far better delivery from CJ King. All defense from Zondo.
sum up the first 10 balls here, it seems like you have to pitch the ball up on the surface. Looks like there's something in the deck here, pitching it up. Obviously, it's one of the freshest strips. Might have had a few warm-up games on it, but it's a new season.
Oh, not very sure of that forward front foot shot by Zondo. He gets a thick inside edge. An accumulation of runs key. Left-hand, right-hand combination ideal for the Dolphins. Makes it difficult. You know, the bowlers have got to contend with the wind, but not only that, field placing, line, length to the left-handed, right-handed combination as well. Width offered, hammered away, but that's into the wind on towards the larger area of Dafabet St George's Park, so enough time for that cover point fielder on the boundary to come across and just restrict them to the single.
That's 10 without loss after 2 overs. Nice steady start there from the Dolphins. It's so important that with Parsons and Zonda, they'll be assessing the wicket here and also be talking to each other and telling each other, okay, this is what we can get on here, this is defendable on the surface. So just assessing the conditions early on, and it's to experienced batters is so important.
And also for the rest of the team sitting in the dugout, watching the conditions and how they're playing, carry, all sorts of issues to decide what's par on this pitch.
100%.
Oh, and that's lifted sharply into Parsons. Off the glove, he'll get the single. He moves to 7. Now, Zondo. Swanepoel's got some lively pace, using the conditions well. Preferring to keep the batsman on the back foot. And you think, while this new ball into its 3rd over might have some movement away from the left-hander and into the right-hander, might want to pitch it up just a little bit more. And that'll be away for 4 on the short side. And the first boundary of the Dolphins innings.
It's not pretty from Zondo, but it's effective.
Now you can see in executing that shot, there's a lot of right hand in there, looking to heave it, getting a thick inside edge. And that boundary is so small, a chip and a putt away. And that man backward of square on the fence, ball was only 10 meters to his left, didn't have a chance to get across.
Goes again, and he goes over square leg, and that's 6 more.
Wow, that's the price you're going to pay for dropping it short, allowing the batsman to hit with the wind. So within the space of 2 deliveries, first boundary 4 and maximum 6. And that just races the Dolphins onto 21 without loss.
Mistaken execution there from Swanepoel.
Imperative to find the right length to bowl. That sat up and asked to get hit. And tries to pitch it up now, making up for that previous delivery. And Zondo has just climbed into that and played through the line and is rewarded with a 4 through the mid-off area.
Let's have a look at that again. As Craig said, touch to full. Zondo backs himself to go over mid-off, and 2 bounces 4.
Now, Dafabet St George's Park has always been an outfield where the boundaries, you're safer playing straight because they are shorter than the square of boundaries, but they're playing on a pitch that's 2 from the edge of the whole table. So one side extremely large, the other extremely small. The bowlers are going to have to be very careful with their line and lengths.
And there's a fielding change there from the Warriors. There's a short third man in the circle, and there's a long on-out now in a deep square.
And gets away with it. It does. Swanepoel short to Zondo again. Unfortunately, that mid-wicket right on the edge of the circle. And Zondo knows he's missed out on a glorious opportunity. That was asking to get pummeled again.
Swanepoel will be looking to close the over here. It's already gone for 15.
And that man, having been dropped back on that leg side to the boundary, will allow the single. So 3 overs gone, and now Dolphins, with courtesy of those boundaries, very nice total on the board. 26 without loss.
Just be reminded, the T20 challenge, 1 million rand student giveaway. 10 lucky students stand a chance to win up to 100,000 rand towards the outstanding tertiary fees by simply attending any of the T20 challenge games.
A wonderful initiative targeting students, how important it is to further their education in today's economic world. They all of a sudden, I don't think it's quite hot enough to need liquid refreshment, but
just think it's the knock that Parsons got early on in that over on his, I think it's his left hand from Swanepoel. Just shows you also the beauty of T20 cricket. An over goal, they were going at 5 per over. All of a sudden, they're almost up to 9. It just takes 1 over to change things. It can take 1 man to change a thing in this format of the game.
That's the beauty of T20 cricket.
Exactly that.
Zondo facing King. That's a decent delivery. Squares Zondo up. Finds that outside leading edge. Doesn't quite carry to that deepish gully position. Backward point more. Good length. Now, can CJ King repeat that sort of length? Zondo trying to get very cute, looking for the little scoop. And you don't think at the rate that the Dolphins are scoring that you not need to start preempting those sort of shots. Extremely risky. But gets away with it, gets the single.
I was thinking today's day, it's something they practice a lot of it. So they'll back themselves. So it's what, coach any kid today, that's what they're trying to do. It's all about the ROMs, the Rams.
No, doesn't quite time that, Parsons. Good length that from CJ King.
It's so important as a bowling unit that you adapt quickly enough here. And I think otherwise the lines and lengths Swanepoel hit the previous over was an indicator probably where they shouldn't be bowling on this deck.
You learn very quickly in this format. 2 full and good fielding at mid-off. Swanepoel sharply to his left. And the fielding has become such an integral part of T20 cricket. You talk about an all-rounder. In the old days, they talked about, well, you could bat and bowl. Now you've got to be a try all-rounder. Fielding just as important.
It's a great catch. It's Ronaldo Meyer. Ronaldo Meyer dives to his right. But a bounce for King gets Parsons dismissed. And it's an early strike.
Important wicket that for the Warriors. Parsons faced 10 deliveries for his 7. Wasn't quite as energetic and in a run-scoring mood as Zondo. And he just tries to guide this. Unfortunately, the pace of CJ King carries all the way to Meyer at that shortish third man position.
New batsman in his Van Staden.
That's all the Warriors needed, was to slow down that scoring rate after that 1 over from Swanepoel that Zondo took care of. Nothing better than taking a wicket to slow that rate down. Van Staden, the new batsman.
Craig, as you stated, it's just that CJ King has just been hitting that same length. He's been very consistent in his 11 balls that he's bowled so far, and just reward for good lines and lengths.
Yeah, you know, the conditions as they are, with that strong cross breeze, you know, if you can get 6 back of the length deliveries, you're not going to get them all perfect. And those become your variations. You know, a lot of discipline, and all credit to CJ King. He's got the wicket of Parsons. Now Van Staden looks for that Yorker length ball. Van Staden does well to dig it out.
And that's the end of 4 overs. The Dolphins are 28 for 1. CJ King looking good spell here. That's 2 overs gone for 7, and he's picked up the only wicket.
There's lots of firepower in that Dolphin side, and the familiar Dafabet St George's Park band. Cricket wouldn't be the same without them. Internationally acclaimed St George's Park band.
Yeah, if you hear the word St George's Park, one thing that comes to mind is the band.
Change of bowling from the Park drive end. Ronaldo Meyer it will be. And he'll be going to Slade van Staden. Right arm over. Now you just wonder, with that crosswind blowing from, as you look at that picture, from right to left, it's going to come back into the right-handed batsman. Back of a length, and Van Staden, not being very tall, does well, plays from the crease, and with that back of a length, was able to pull it away on the leg side. So immediately Ronaldo Meyer must work out what length he needs to bowl. Very similar stature as Zondo to Van Staden. So you're looking for that discipline, that same back of a length.
Straight down the ground, and that's 4 more to Zondo. He's looking good.
So anything over pitch, Zondo is going to climb into.
He's really targeting this power player, realizing the importance of for the Dolphins to get off to a fly in this first 6. He's 24 of 13.
Two balls, Meyer's bowled, struggling to find that ideal length. That's well played by Zondo. Just guiding the ball down to that third man position.
Guys, Zondo's such an integral player in this batting line for the Dolphins here. Over the past few years, he's shown stats-wise as well how he holds this team together. And with the addition of the likes of John Smuts, they've really a good, well-balanced unit, this Dolphins batting lineup.
On the front foot, oh, that's bad fielding from the Warriors. It's to the long side, fortunately, but it will allow Van Staden through for a brace.
No, it's not up to standard that from Kashile. It'll be a bit unfamiliar for him fielding at point and not with a man with the gloves on. But new signing John Plessis will be doing duty with the gloves today.
Too short, pulled away for 6 again. And Van Staden now climbing into the action, and Meyer really struggling with his length at the moment. Du Plessis trotting up to go and have a chat and a word with Meyer. And once again, Van Staden hitting with that strong wind behind him. And it's merely a matter of getting that ball up into the air, and it's going to sail high and wide. Problems for Meyer now. Yeah, he's got to try and close off this over. He's got 1 ball remaining. He's got to try and close it off with a decent delivery.
That one just sat up there for Van Staden. and he was ready to pounce. As you said, Craig, May has been very up and down the first 5 balls he's bowled.
Yeah, well, substitute ball being sought after by Brad White with anything with the wind, and that's going to travel all the way down Brickmaker's Kloof. Those of you that know Gqberha, Park Drive, around the perimeter of the outside of St. George's Park, Brickmaker's Kloof, that long, steep hill down towards the beachfront. And I think that ball is still traveling.
Not even a red robot will stop that, Craig.
So, problems for Meyer. Gone for 14. Can he close it off with a decent delivery? Van Staden full of confidence. Pitches it up, unfortunately, for Van Staden. Finds the fielder. So the end of 5 overs, 42 for 1. Hollywoodbets Dolphins, having lost the toss and being asked to bat by the Dafabet Warriors.
They're off to a flyer, the Dolphins. But you also have to say it's been the lines and lengths from the Warriors' bow has been but up and down, except from CJ King.
Well, you know, from the number of overs we've seen, you're looking at par around about 170, and the past will tell you here at Dafabet St. George's Park, 170, 9 times out of 10 wins you the match.
And there's one thing we've seen so far this innings, when pitching the ball on the right area, there's definitely something in it for the bowlers.
Now, you've got to find that back of a length that first of all gets the batsman in 2 minds. He doesn't know whether to go back, go forward, and eventually ends up playing from the crease. CJ King again, that'll get called wide. Umpire Vosloo with his first exercise. We got off to a flyer in this Cricket South Africa T20 challenge. That's a full toss. It'll be looping to du Plessis. And, well, King wasn't such a good delivery, but he's got the prize wicket of Zondo. Zondo looking to try and scoop that ball. Got to him a bit quicker than he thought, and it's got the splice of the bat with the glove, and du Plessis all the time in the world as it looped up to come round and take a simple catch. And the Dolphins now lose their 2nd wicket.
It's a big wicket. It's a full toss on middle leg. Tries to scoop it, goes straight up. When it comes off, it looks pretty. But when it doesn't come off, it looks silly. And Zonder's dismissed.
Yeah, well, that's the sort of fortune that the Warriors could well do with. Keep getting new batsmen into the crease. New batsman, Marcus Ackerman. Useful player. You'll have to try and continue that run rate. They're looking at 8 runs and over, so that's a good yardstick for the batsman.
It's just important for the Warriors to get zoned out and brings almost 2 new batters to the crease here. And as you said earlier, to slow a run rate down, there's no better way than wickets, Craig.
Yeah, certainly. And King rather fortunate with that bonus wicket. You'll come round the wicket to the left-handed Marcus Ackerman. 43 for 2. 1 ball into the 6th over. Remember the power play in T20 cricket, 6 overs, during which time only 2 fielders are allowed outside that 30-meter circle. And at the moment, those 2 men are both square. On the offside, behind square, and leg side, square leg. And once again, umpire Vosloo having to replace those bails. Tail up now, CJ King to Ackerman. On the drive immediately, beats a diving cover. Plenty of yards to make for that sweeper out there, and Ackerman will come back quite comfortably for the 2nd. So, good positive start from Ackerman.
Just also want to give credit to Mutusami for giving CJ King another over. I think sometimes we're so fixed when captaining as we, I know they only allowed 4 bowlers, and he decided to give CJ the third one and just rewarded extra stick for the Warriors.
Width again offered. The fumble will allow the single. Yeah, you know, T20 cricket, it's not a stereotype game where captains have to be thinking all the time, changing attacks. And there, Mutusami with King deciding on what sort of field they need for Van Staden. But the intuition is what guides a captain in matchups. Who's good against which sort of batsman? Down the leg side, wide again. Don't need those extras. Can be the difference between winning and losing a game. Well, the Titans, they got off to a flying start on Friday. Almost 260 runs on the board. But once again, extras that were given away by the Lions, 30. That's having an extra batsman in your side. Oh, fortunate to find the pad. They'll get the leg by. But CJ King is struggling with his line. Surprisingly disposing of the sweater. Marcus Ackerman. This wind, as strong as it is a very cool wind from the southwest. And once again, at umpire Forsloo's end, the bails are dislodged. Ackerman on 3, 48 for 2. The Dolphins having been asked to bat first. Good pace and bounce, maybe just telegraphing to CJ King. Ackerman did, coming down the pitch. And CJ King, to his credit, back of the length, and that flew past the outside edge of Ackerman's bat.
Just so important as a new signing in your new team that you start off well. I think it will give CJ King lots of confidence going into the rest of the season.
Once again, the fumble will allow the single. And these could be costly, these little fumbles and extras. So the end of 6 overs. The power play done and dusted. The Dolphins having been asked to bat by the Warriors. 49 for 2 with Slade van Staden on 10. Marcus Ackerman on 4.
Both teams will probably be both feeling satisfactory with that end of that power play. I don't think anybody's too far ahead. But the two wickets that the Warriors picked up brought them right back into the contest. They are evenly balanced at the moment. But the deciding period will be now with the spin coming on from CSA, who had an outstanding season last year for the Warriors, who was a key contributor in their success with his slow left arm.
Yeah, career best figures of 3 for 20 in this format. And important factor to consider here, what end do you bowl from with this huge crosswind? And Sametu, being left arm, he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ackerman. Now, surely you think that this wind is just coming from right to left as you look at that pitch, that it will drift away from the left-handed Ackerman. So that seems to be the game plan.
Samet will be targeting to bowl it to middle leg here and quite at a quicker pace than usual.
But even still, a leg side field being set. So looking to bowl very straight at the stumps. The short side of St. George's Park to Ackerman's offside. And once again, that's that same bail. Well, Brad White, I think, has now just said, listen, these bails are now causing too much problems, and You don't often see that, but you do at St. George's Park. Play continues without any bails. Well bowled by Someto. Ackerman in 2 minds, whether to come forward, go back, perfect length from Someto. Now if Ackerman wants to play on the leg side, he's going to be hitting against the wind. Oh, well bowled, Ackerman down the pitch, and Someto just throwing it wide. But 5 on the leg side. Someto at the moment testing Ackerman. Well bowled.
It's good lines this from Sia. Good pace as well. The fielding change as the man from mid-wicket comes to cover, leaving the mid-wicket area vacant.
Well, there's now 4 on the leg side. They've beefed up the circle on the offside. And that's always the possibility with Mid-on being back on the fence of conceding that lazy single down to Mid-on. 50 up for the Dolphins, 50 for the loss of 2 wickets. Those 2 men out, Zondo and Parsons. Someto with the last delivery of his first over. He's only conceded the 1 run. And that'll be all for his first over, for a very good start from Someto. Warm applause from the rest of the Warriors fielders. Great over that from Someto. He's got a job to do in this awkward situation. So 7 overs gone, 50 for 2, and all of a sudden those 2 new batsmen at the crease, that run rate now being slowed down. There's confirmation. Parsons gone for 7, caught Meyer bowled King, and Kaya Zondo caught Du Plessis, also off the bowling of King for 25. He was exciting to watch while he was at the crease with a flurry of 4s and 6s. It's all quietened down somewhat now. And from the Duck Pond Pavilion end, another change of bowling. It'll be Plessis to come on for his first over.
Good afternoon, Craig. Good afternoon, viewers.
Yeah, good afternoon.
It's lovely to be here at Dafabet St. George's. The windy city known as Gqberha, living up to its name.
And how that wind, very awkward. But the Warriors seem to have just got the control. Important over this. And that's short and caught on the boundary. No! In overbalancing, he's had to throw the ball back. He stopped certain 6 there, out on the boundary.
Excellent fielding by the deep square fielder.
Yeah, just his balance, just taking him over that rope. It's nothing more than a flick for that leg side with the wind. And that ball just carrying a bit more. And great fielding. Saved 4 runs for the Warriors. Plessis. To Van Staden, full delivery. Mid-on back on the circle. Mutasamy. He'll concede the single.
It just seems to me, Craig, that the Warriors are looking to hit a particular length. And the margin for error in the modern T20 game is so small. When they have gotten it slightly wrong, they have been punished over that short boundary.
Yeah, I think batsmen must have looked at that distance and thought, oh, good day today. With the wind, 6 hitting is going to be easy.
Pickup.
Just like that pickup. And that's been dispatched onto the old tennis courts that surround the perimeter here at Dafabet St. George's. And Ackerman, well, so strong on his legs, and work to do for Plessis. He's bowled 3 overs and he's conceded 8 runs already.
Looks like it's new balls again, Craig.
Yeah, anything with the wind, that's going to fly. And now Swanepoel with a word of advice for Plessis. So important to work out that length and stick to it. It's going to require discipline because those batsmen will target that short side. Get the ball up in the air and watch it sail away.
It was a beautifully executed stroke, though.
You know, most batsmen in the T20 era are so strong on their legs because it opens up both sides of the field. And with the right hand taking dominance, a lot of batsmen become right-handed. And in Ackerman's situation, being left-handed, that strong left hand of his that cleared the boundary by at least 30, 40 meters.
Quite effortless, the stroke.
Oh, well timed. Plessis not very quick, nothing more than medium pace. So all the time in the world to collect it. Now, halfway through the over, problems for Plessis. Outside off, choosing the fuller length, will still concede the single. 59 for 2. Two important deliveries here now for Plessis. Can he close out this over economically? Because otherwise, once again, it just gives the Dolphins momentum and impetus in their scoring rate. At the moment, 8 runs and over. Straight down the ground, fetch that. That'll be a boundary 4. So Plessis really being put to the sword here.
Another beautiful cricket shot.
Yeah, this was a very good straight drive. Most probably the most elegant of cricket shots you can see a batsman play is that straight drive down the ground, the full blade of the bat through the line of the ball. And it's the best place to hit here at St. George's Park because those straight boundaries are relatively close. And with both mid-off, mid-on being up in the circle, anything straight was always going to be 4 runs for Van Staden. Short, top edge, will this carry? Yes, it has. And Plessis, with a short delivery, gets rid of Van Staden. Real bonus wicket that. And the Warriors riding their luck in terms of taking wickets because they've got rid of 2 batsmen now. First Zondo and now Van Staden, who tried to pull that to the long side of St. George's Park, gets the top leading edge, and a simple catch by Jordan Herman.
Greg, it does just seem that from the duck pond end that there is a bit of inconsistent bounce off a length. It just sits up. Makes it a bit difficult for the batter to hit through the line. In comes John Smuts.
Yeah, now this is a crucial wicket for the Warriors because if John Smuts gets going, he can take the game away from the fielding side so quickly. And this is his own stomping ground. He grew up here in Gqberha, here at St. George's Park. He knows it well, but he won't be facing. It will be Marcus Ackerman. That was the last ball of Plessis is over. So it'll be Marcus Ackerman on 13 to face CSA who's second over. 63 for 3 now, the Dolphins. The nudge down the ground, always the single on offer. And John Smuts. He'll be used to batting here with no bails.
He's got a platform. If he gets going, things could get very interesting for the Warriors later on.
Yeah, it was a bittersweet moment, John Smuts, during the Cricket South Africa 20. He got traded for Simon Harmer by the Warriors to the Dolphins.
He seems to have settled in well.
Ah, sure. He's the sort of man, John. He'll settle in anywhere. Lovable character. Good delivery that from Sametu. Straight, forcing defensive play from Smuts. Oh, you could see that big backswing. Smuts was almost going to have a go, and good football skills from Someto.
So very clearly, Smuts is looking to still keep positive.
Down the wicket, and the length short enough for Smuts. Very strong on the pull shot to anything short. Gets off the mark with that single.
I'm sure he'll be eyeing that short boundary as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Anything short, he'll be on it in a flash.
Oh, that's absolute bonus for the batting side. With the win, short boundary. Ackerman on 14. Sparse crowd here at Dafabet St George's. That should result in just the single. And Someto quite happy to give away the singles. Just shows what a good tight line and length he's bowling. You know, talking about that sparse crowd, I think a lot of people had hangovers this morning after that wonderful Springbok victory over Argentina last night.
And didn't we run the RGs off their feet last night?
Yeah, caused lots of headaches for the spectators. Ooh. Driven hard, Someto gets a hand to it. That would have stung. Great fielding. Stops the boundary, and Smuts will be back for the second. Oh, Someto at the moment just counting the fingers on his hand, making sure there are 5 there, because that was belted hard by Smuts.
Yeah, that was absolutely pummeled back at him.
Oh.
If it weren't for some excellent fielding on the boundary, that would have gone for 4.
Oh, that's hurt Someto.
After taking quite a deflection off the hands of Someto.
But fortunately, I don't think it's his bowling hand. I think it's must probably split a bit of skin. And Someto will need to go and have that patched up. Fortunately, it was the last ball of the 9th over. 68 for 3, the Dolphins, having been asked to bat by the Warriors. And Someto being assisted off by the trainer for a quick patch-up job, because Someto, such an important part he's got to play in this innings.
Let's see if Plessis can get his lengths right in this over.
Yeah, even though he got that last wicket of Van Staden off the last ball of the previous over, he did travel for 13, and he's bowling to Ackerman, left-hander, eyeing that short boundary again. That wind coming over Plessis' right shoulder. Width offered straight at cover. He doesn't let go of the ball in that shy, and John Smuts having to scurry home. Now, the chirp's flying. Why didn't you let that go?
I'm sure those two are still good mates.
I'm sure. John
like
Smuts, mates with everybody, enjoys a good jabber while he's out there. Plessis again. Short, pulled, this has gone high, he hasn't got hold of it, and caught. Once again, Plessis gets a bonus wicket with the wicket of Marcus Ackerman, pulling towards the short side of the boundary, but maybe just a little bit of uneven bounce. Ackerman getting that top edge.
He actually shuffled across there so that he could access that area of the field. And a very good catch by the fielder. Very good catch in the swirling wind.
Yeah, Mutasamy with a great catch out on the boundary. And to the pitch now comes Shapang de Tole with a highest score of 50. He's moved to the Dolphins from KwaZulu-Natal inland. And 68 for 4. And Plessis now must have his tail up, because he knows he hasn't bowled the right length, and with that he's picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, he can't be complaining at this moment.
Another left-hander to the crease. So the Dolphins have done their homework in terms of always having right-hand, left-hand combinations at the crease, which does frustrate both the captain and the bowler in terms of having to change the line and length, change the field the whole time. Oh, now surely, oh, that's through away for 4. It'll be 4 no ball, way too high. Plessis looking for that extra pace, letting it slip.
Like he's struggling a bit.
Well, umpire Vosloo first signalled a no ball for height, but it's been given as buys. He's also signalled buys, and now it's a free hit. So Plessis boasts the figures of 2 wickets to his name, but he's been rather fortunate. Bowled 8 balls and conceded 18 runs already. Hammered away, and that'll be away for 6 with the wind.
That is dispatched over that deep mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Yeah, with the wind, everything's going to sail away. So Ditole immediately. Well, the umpire signaled 6. Good way to start an innings for Ditole. That'll just be the single out to that sweeper out on the offside. For 4, and Plessis, even though he's got this 2 wickets, proving very expensive. 21 runs conceded already, and he's only bowled 10 balls. Legal ones, that is.
Bit of damage control to be done for these last 2 deliveries.
Short. The only thing that benefited Plessis there was he bent his back. There was a bit of pace, and the line was perfect. It was just wide of that off stump, almost 5th, 6th stump line. So John Smuts having to look to pull it from wide against the wind, which would have been a risky shot. Fortunately for Smuts, he doesn't make contact.
The ball just harmlessly goes through to the keeper, Plessis.
If you're going to bowl short, that is the right line to bowl short. Smuts would be better off cutting that. Oh no. More freebies for the Dolphins.
Plessis battling here with his lines, his legs. One more legal delivery left in this over. Let's see if we can close it off positively.
2 for 22, Plessis. And still, the Dolphins maintaining a very healthy run rate. Re-bowl that again. Plessis is getting this all wrong.
One could be mistaken looking at Plessis' figures. They are very flattering, but he has struggled this afternoon.
Well, he's now going to attempt to bowl his 9th ball. Just played around the front pad, did Smuts. And I'm sure Plessis will be very happy that that long over has come to an end. 2 for 24, his figures in just the 2 overs. 83 for 4, the Dolphins, having been asked to bat by the Warriors.
And so far, Craig, your prediction of 170 as being a good total on the surface?
Yeah,
Warriors, Dolphins are looking on par.
We're halfway through, and having lost only the 4 wickets, one of these 2 batsmen get going, or if both of them get going, I think far in excess of 170. You're starting to look at 180, 85. It can change so quickly in the shortest format.
And we definitely know what John can do.
Now, Mutasami, another left arm spinner. 2 Smuts. Doesn't quite time it, Smuts. Always positive with every shot he plays.
Good athletic fielding of his own bowling by Mutasami.
Offside field set for Mutasami. No. Good line, good length from Mutasami. There's a man out there. Deep mid-off. 5 on the offside. I think Mutasami, he'll stay with that 5-4, but it now becomes a 5-4 leg side field. 2 men out on the offside, deep mid-off, and a man just behind point, square on the offside. You can see him there in the distance. Good line, good length.
Once again, very good fielding of his own bowling by Mutasami. He's looking to get through his over quite quickly.
Well, spinners, they're an asset in this format. Bowling at the player. Good delivery from Mutasami. Ditole, all he can do is just push it away for the single. Spinners don't mind giving away a runner ball. It's when you get hit for boundaries that it becomes a costly exercise. Mutasami very experienced in this format.
And also forcing the batters to hit him to the long side of the ground.
Oh, that would have hurt Mutasami's fingers as well. Crunched by John Smuts.
Knowing the standards that Mutasami sets for himself, he would be disappointed with that.
Oh, well, first over, and he's just conceded the 3 runs. Very good over at this stage of the game. 11 overs gone. Still that run rate at 8.1 runs an over. 86 for 4 are the Dolphins, having been asked to bat by the Warriors.
So without really getting out of first gear here, the Dolphins have stayed around that 8 and over mark since about the 4th over.
Yeah, well, they're going to need one of these two, John Smuts or Chapang Ditole, to accelerate. Meyer comes back for his 2nd over. 14 runs he conceded in that first over. Now, this is where the Warriors risk letting the run rate get away from them. If bowling is loose and the Dolphins can capitalize. Oh, brilliantly bowled. Yeah.
Squaring up John Smuts. Beauty of a delivery.
And as John Smuts indicating to Ditole that it's actually left him off the pitch. Now you can see those sort of stripes on that pitch that run lengthways. Green, beige, green. And if you get the ball right with a little bit of green grass help, the seam makes contact, it will deviate. Play and a miss again. Very good opening salvo from Ronaldo Meyer.
Smuts indicating there that there may have been a little bit of extra bounce on that. Either way, harmlessly through to the keeper.
86 for 4, crucial stage of this game. If the Warriors can keep that pressure on, it'll restrict the Dolphins. Otherwise, the Dolphins, they can take the match away from the Warriors. Crucial. Another swing and a miss. Just a bit of variable bounce there. We've seen one delivery from Meyer climb past the shoulder of John Smuts' bat. And that one, just keeping a trifle low.
And these seem to be from pretty much the same area, Craig. Smuts had a chat to his batting partner.
Gets hold of that, but doesn't time it at all. Swanepoel inside the circle at mid-on. Will save the single. And Smuts finding the going tough against Meyer. 4 very good deliveries. Now, these last 2 deliveries, very important. Close out the over without giving too much away. John Smuts just moving wide outside leg stump, trying to give himself room outside the off stump. And Meyer does well, follows him. And all Smuts can do is heave it out on that leg side. And the field well placed on that leg side with 5 men out there. Just the single.
This has been a brilliant over so far. Just the 1 run off it.
Oh, can you imagine being on that aeroplane now into the wind? Those wings will be flapping and that pilot will be sweating. Just dabbed away. And that, after Meyer conceded 14 runs in his first over, to come back and just concede 2, vital, very good over that by Ronaldo Meyer. And the Dolphins 88 for 4, just stuttering along at the moment. And for the first time, that run rate dropping below that 8 runs per over mark.
And we know all too well, Craig, in the T20 game, an over like that could very well be an over where a momentum shift occurs.
Oh, very much so. And it's up to the Warriors now to see if they can try and string 2 or 3 of those overs together, because this game's all about pressure. Oh, and that pilot is still sweating. Mutusami over the wicket, too short, but he's got a field set out there. Just the single. You know, we're into the 13th over. Spinners on. Sumetu, we don't know the extent of that injury of his, whether he'll come back onto the field, but he's got an important job still to play, Sumetu. In the meantime, it's the captain, Mutusami. Heave straight, short boundary, that'll be 4.
Smuts has really climbed into those deliveries over the top of the bowler's head.
Well, he sent off Sumetu.
Yeah, he did.
Having drawn blood earlier on. And Smuts, when he lays into it, he gives it the whole kitchen sink. Tries again, doesn't make contact. You can see what going through the mind of John Smuts now. He's got to try and change that shift, get the momentum going for the Dolphins. Once again, Smuts swinging and missing. Mutusami bowling a very good line to Smuts. Smuts looking for the short side of the boundaries here at St. George's Park, trying to hit with the wind. Mutusami equal to the task. Still won't get it through. That's how innovative Mutusami has made John Smuts. Now trying to reverse sweep. He's got 2 men on the offside behind square. Short third man and a backward point, saving the single. Oh. With no bails, it's very difficult to know how close that was to the stumps. But that's the end of the 13th over. 93 for 4 are the Dolphins. John Smuts on 11. Tapang Ditole on 10. And the Warriors at the moment, I think they'll be feeling confident. 7 overs left, and it's going to be exciting.
They've just halted the momentum of the Dolphins ever so slightly. And we welcome back into commentary Robin du Plessis. Welcome back, Robbie. And Ronaldo Meyer starts with a wide down the leg side.
Interesting stage of the game here, Jock. 94 for 4 after 13. I think the fact that they're 4 wickets down is just more ownership here on John here to really kick on. He's 11 of 20, but we know the type of play he is, and it can change in an instance here.
He certainly is trying to up the ante, Robin.
Meyer in from the duck bond end. So play and miss.
Smuts has just been thwarted by some really good bowling from Mutasamy and a surface that seems to be quite two-paced.
100% looks like, as you stated earlier, a bit more bounce here from the duck bond end. It's nice to see Ronaldo Meyer's adjusted to a good line and length here that he's hitting more consistently now compared to his first over.
Oh, we used to seeing this kind of bounce on a St. George's Park pitch, Robbie.
I think it's something that has changed over the years, Jock. It's short, he down to fine leg. I'll have one. Yeah, something definitely that has changed over the years. And also just to keep in mind that it's the first game of the season. So I think it's obviously a bit more fresh than normal. And as we go on to the season, it will favor the batters more and more. And also there's nothing wrong with something in it for the bowlers as well.
Yes, just to keep that contest between bat and ball going.
I think that's just so important that the batters don't bat on roads anymore. Smarts misses that.
And he's taken. Excellent catch. They fielded down on the sweeper boundary on the offside. Had to take a few steps in off the boundary. Excellent catch in the swirling wind. Smuts departs.
And it's scored by JP King. And it's the stage of the wicket. It's such a crucial stage. Leaving them now at 95 for 5. And the Warriors have slowly clawed themselves back into this contest.
And as we posed that question with Ronaldo Meyer's previous over that he bowled, could this be the over that shifts the momentum in favor of the Warriors?
With Totole struggling and with new batter coming in on an up and down surface, it's definitely not easy. New batter is Ethan Bosch. In his 59th match, and he averages 18 with a high score of 66, which took place last year against the Dragons.
The Warriors would feel quite confident now.
Just have another look at that. John knew immediately it was too early in the shot.
Excellent catch in that swirling wind.
It's just so important when you're on the boundary not to panic too quickly and not to anticipate and move too quickly off the boundary, just to steady yourself, especially in the wind in PE.
Yeah, Robbie, especially in this wind in PE, you could very well overrun that ball.
It is something we're so accustomed to see at various levels of cricket in today's days. Guys on the boundary, when it goes up, they're almost running in instead of first composing themselves and then making an estimation what they should actually do.
I wonder if we will see Someto again in this Dolphins innings.
It's Meyer to Bosch. Just the importance, I mean, Bosch coming in at 7 here. The Tole was at 6. It's the importance of white ball cricket, that your 6, 7, and 8 that they contribute, because those numbers are so important. It almost takes the game away from the opposition. In this case, it can take the Dolphins to a really competitive total.
You do need some strong batters in those slots to close off games for your team.
Meyer in again. It's another soft single of his legs, leg by single. So from where we are now at almost 14 gone, 97, there's 6 left. Well, the minimum they want to go at is run a ball here, and anything close to 150, I think on the surface, will be very competitive.
Yeah, I think we've seen, Robbie, that the surface is two-paced, and it is causing doubt in the minds of the batters.
As we say, cricket is a game of execution. And that's what brings into the bowlers still have to execute their skills very well. And as I say that, there's a wide one down leg.
Ronaldo Meyer will have to re-bowl that one. We have seen quite a few extras in the last few overs, have we not, Robbie? We saw Plessis struggle a bit with his wides. He bowled a no ball, and now a few wides in Ronaldo Meyer's third over.
Spot on. I think they also, the Dolphins batting lineup is loaded up with left-handers, so they have a combination of right-handed and left-handers, which I don't think is something everybody's accustomed to with so many lefties in the top order. Bosch hits that to cover for one. Gets home comfortably there. It's a good signal that.
And that brings to an end the 14th over.
And the Dolphins are 99 for 5 after 14. And we're going into the business end of the innings here. 36 balls left. Mutusami will continue. On the Park Drive end. He's still got 2 overs left here, Mutusami. Probably looking to bowl through. He's only gone for 8. Just bowling good lines and lanes, knowing that where the short boundary is.
He has done really well in his 2 overs, making sure that he's actually bowling this ball to his field.
I just say the most commend him on this previous over the variation of pace. It's so important, the pace that he's bowling. And that's 100 up for the Dolphins. It's taken them 92 balls that included 5 4s and 4 6s.
Some really decent bowling and 1 or 2 wickets that have fallen in the last 4 to 5 overs has really pegged back the momentum of the Dolphins in this innings.
The Tole goes over mid-off. And signs. Yes, finds long off. Plessis takes the catch. It's another crucial wicket at the crucial stage as the Dolphins innings goes stop, starts because of wickets.
And it does certainly look like the wheels are starting to come off for the Dolphins at the moment. Cruising along at some stage and having lost a few quick wickets in a couple of overs, some really tight bowling from the Warriors and complete momentum shift in this game.
Just so the importance of wickets, as we stated earlier, there's just been no flow in the innings, except for the first start where Zondo got off to a flyer. It's really been stop-start. But you also have to commend the Warriors. They've adjusted well. They've realized early on what they should do on this wicket, and they've done so accordingly.
New batter in is Pranelan Subrayan.
Let's have another look at that there. Totole looking to give himself some room to hit over cover. Gets the inside off of the bat and Plessis does the rest.
Mutusami's figures looking very impressive now. In his 2.2 overs, he's gone for 9 and he's taken a wicket. Very, very important wicket.
All of a sudden, that 160, 170 at the start of the power play, it's going to spec back now, right down probably to 140. Mutusami to Subrayan.
Score ticks along now to 101 for 6. We are halfway through the 15th over.
Was a bit of turn and bounce there. Beautiful pace ball. Put a loop in there, some dip.
Just a little slower perhaps than some of the ones he's bowled in the previously in the over. Beautiful delivery.
Just Mutusami showing all his experience here. Just steadied things nicely since coming into the attack. I mean, he's almost done with 3, so made to bowl 2 from the one end as well. So they've bowled basically 5 overs between them. And they've gone for 17, pegging the Dolphins right back here, the 2 slow left-arm spinners.
And that brings to an end the 15th over. 103 for 6 of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. The Warriors would be happy with where they are at this stage of the game. As you mentioned, Robin, given that where they were during the power play?
100%, Jock. And I think it's just adjusting accordingly to your tactics, according to the conditions. It's just important that the conditions will dictate how we play. And they've done that very well.
Although the execution may have been off at times, the Warriors know exactly what lines and what lengths it is that they need to bowl on the surface to be effective. Back into the attack is Bayer Swanepoel, and he's now in from the duck pond end. Facing him will be Subrian.
Swanepoel with figures with 21 runs of his 2 overs, looking to come back here at the back end. It's a plan miss outside off there.
Still some movement off the surface. The wind has died down a bit. I wonder what an impact that would have on the second innings today. Does that mean the bails come back on, Robbie?
Tricky one. Where's the heavy bails?
I think those were the heavy bails.
It's tough out here in Gqberha when this wind picks up here in the afternoon. It really picks up.
Subrian guided that down nicely to the third man boundary. Picks up a single. Some tidy work by the fielder.
If you're going to go for the Sunday afternoon drive here in Gqberha, you have to do it early in the morning. Because if you're going to go to the beach by 12, 1 o'clock, it just won't be the same when the wind picks up. Back over length from Swanepoel. It's another dot.
Once again, just a delivery that seems to have just stood up a little bit on the batter.
But it's so important here that both of these batters, we know it's a tough surface, but they almost need to go at run and ball here. They can't be soaking up dots. He works that down to fine leg.
If we look at how this innings of the Dolphins has ebbed and flowed, I just wonder if they could have looked to rotate strike a little bit more than they have.
Yeah, 100% Jock. It's just, I think the surface, you're never in on the surface as a batter as well, which I don't think makes it easier. Easy.
Yeah, at some stage it seemed that like it was boundary or nothing.
Such a good ball. A signal wide.
And that is a wide.
It's just about to say, it's such a good ball in T20 cricket, the bouncer. Especially from the end that he's bowling, knowing that the hook shot or pull shot will go to the long end, long side of the field.
And our right-handed batters have struggled with the short ball from the duck pond end. Tucks him up for space there, well bowled, Bayer Swanepoel. No run.
Executing the skills very well here, the Warriors.
We have also seen earlier today where that execution may not have been as on point as it could have or should have been. And the margin for error is so small, bowlers were punished for it.
Definitely more bounce, as stated earlier, from the duck pond end. Yeah, I think at professional level here, the margin for error is so small.
Just having a look at that last delivery, Robin, I'm certain the Warriors, from a batting point of view, will be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, it's just important that the Dolphins also then get as many as they can. Yeah, it's important. This is a summary of the score so far. The Dolphins are 106 for 6. With Kai zoned up front, he got them off to a flyer, but he was dismissed by CJ King. He scored 25 of 15. But not real much other support. It's a bottom edge and it goes through Plessis' legs. And Bosch comes back for 2.
Mutasami certainly causing problems with the line and the length that he's bowling.
Just feel like something's got to give here. It's been a period here now for the past 3 overs. There hasn't been a boundary. Something's got to give. You just feel like Bosch is going to go downtown. And he does just that, and it's over long off, and he watches it sail over his head. That's got 6. That's +6. Bosch clears the boundary.
Just a little pick up there as well. Almost a slap over long off for 6.
Timed that beautifully.
Timing there was absolutely beautiful. And you called it, Robin.
Yeah, you could just feel so many dots. I might just think this is the over here.
Just a pause in play as we look for the ball. Looked like it found its way up the stairs. Ball is now back on the field.
Good start to the over here from the Dolphins. They've got 8 of 2. They were hoping here to make it a big one. Goes down again. It's just 1.
That's well bowled and well played. Darted in slightly quicker and flatter by Mutasami.
Mutasami in again. So Brian goes straight. And they watch that. That crashes into the side screen. And that's 6 more.
Downtown.
So Hollywoodbets Dolphins on the charge here. And that's 15 or 4 in this over.
Are we looking at potentially another momentum shift here?
So let's have a look at that again. He's again overpitched it. It's full. And it goes straight downtown. Let's cut through the cover region. We'll have 1 there. Every time he's overpitched, it's gone for the maximum. Bosch walks across and heaves that to the mid-wicket region. The fumble in the field will come back for 2. It's a great over that for the Dolphins.
Really, really dented Mutasami's figures in that over, did Bosch. Some really clean hitting.
There's 18 runs of that. All of a sudden the Dolphins are 124 for 6 and that run rate has climbed to 7.3.
Let's see what Ronaldo Meyer in his last over can do from the duck pond end. He has bowled well, particularly in his last 2 overs, or his previous over. 3 overs, 1 for 21. And that after having gone for 14 in his first over.
That's the edge there. And he's got him. Meyer strikes. First ball of his 4th over. At a crucial time, just as you thought it was a small partnership building. He gets Gqberha out dismissed. Caught Plessis.
And once again, Robin, it's that tough length. It's that hard length that Meyer has hit that has actually been quite effective on the surface.
Spot on, and again from the duck pond end.
So Brian departs, caught Plessis, bowled Meyer, and he goes for 10.
Into the crease comes Plessis. Makes his T20 debut for the Dolphins.
And what a time for him to come in. His side now need him to help them push on.
It's exciting to see a youngster get the chance here at this level. Plessis has been part of the pipeline of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And just reward for hard work and lots of faith shown in him to get his T20 debut today.
Yes, Robbie, the pipeline is so important, and it is really, really good to see these youngsters coming through the systems at the unions.
Meyer continues.
runs on offer this time. Beautifully bowled by Meyer. Plessis navigates his first T20 delivery for the Dolphins quite well.
"16 legitimate deliveries left here. Runnable takes him to 140. Sit to the square leg region. Plessis gets his career underway in the runs tally.
The most important run that he has scored in his T20 career, isn't it, Robin?
It's always the first one, eh?
Always the first one.
That. Also knowing that you're off naught as a young man, knowing, hey,
Off the duck on debut.
Bosch should be looking to give the Dolphins the ideal finish here to this innings. Gives him room, Meyer follows him, but that's wide.
Well spotted by Meyer, but he just sent the ball too far wide.
They followed him a bit too much.
Followed him all the way.
Bosch clearly wants to give himself room here to hit to the short side. And clearly Meyer wants the ball tuck him into his body so he can hit to the long side. The game of chess here. All about execution at the end of the day. That's what cricket is about. Through the cover region. King comes around. Does some good work and they come back for 2.
And such is the nature of T20 cricket. That cat and mouse game continues for 20 overs in each innings. Doesn't stop. Constantly thinking, constantly moving the field.
Every ball is an event here.
Absolutely.
Slower ball bounce, it goes straight up. Can Meyer get there? No, it lands safely.
That is beautifully bowled.
Bosch is not too happy, saying that was the second one.
Umpires have called one for the over.
Slower ball bouncer.
Very interesting. I think it was in Australia in the Big Bash, where a bouncer was bowled, the batter hit it above his head, and the no ball was still called.
But to bounce again.
And a bounce again. That same area from the duck pond end. Brings to an end quite an eventful 18th over. Scores are 1-2-9 for 7. Ethan Bosch is on 19 from 13. Ramesh and Plessis 1 from 3 deliveries.
Just looking at the scores here of the Dolphins, 7, 25, 15, 15, 11, 11. They've got it in, but as we said earlier, on the surface, you're never in, you're one ball away of getting out.
Bayer Swanepoel back into the attack for his last over. He'll be bowling this last over from the Park Drive end. There have also been some gimmies in that Dolphins innings, Robin. I felt perhaps there were some batters who gave their wickets away at crucial times.
Yeah, 100%. I think if we look at Zonder's dismissal at the time, going for the scoop to a full toss, hit it straight up.
But isn't that the nature of T20 cricket, you know?
100%.
When you're on top, you stay on top. Dominate as much as you can.
Bosch goes downtown. And it's 6 more. He struck that sweetly, did Ethan Bosch.
He really enjoyed the pose as well afterwards. Watching it sail over the head of the long-on fielder.
Standing deep in his crease. He could sense that Swanepoel was going to go full, and he just got under it.
Swanepoel's got his work cut out in the next 5 legal deliveries of this over.
Goes downtown again. That's straight, and that is massive. That's coming back with snow on it.
Another one down Brickmaker's Kloof.
It's all happening here. Ethan Bosch, valuable innings.
If it's in the arc, it's out the park.
So it's just amazing how Ethan Bosch has developed his game here. He's now a genuine all-rounder. A real 3-in-1 cricketer.
What has been really good, these two previous shots, is just how still he has been at contact.
100%.
Nothing fancy, we're just hitting through the line. Excellent execution.
I wonder where Swanepoel will be looking to go here. Surely it can't be full.
He's got to hit that hard length.
And hopefully outside off.
Outside off. Force him to hit me to the long side.
Here we go. Oh, but here he goes. That's too wide. And that's +1 to the total. Pressure on Swanepoel.
And that is what pressure does, isn't it? The cat and mouse continues.
Probably looking to stand here on off stump here. It tries to go over cover. It's lofted in the air. Fielder dives in. Oh, great effort. He gets back for 2.
That's an excellent effort by the fielder. And as discussed earlier, even though the wind has died down a little bit, once that ball hits a certain height, the wind just holds it back. Dips on you very quickly. But what an excellent effort from the fielder.
Jordan Herman out there. Here we go again. Bosch goes down long off. Oh yes, he's caned it. That's out of here.
New balls, please. What a clean strike that was.
And that's 150 up for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, thanks to spectacular Bosch, 39 of 17.
And all of a sudden, that 170 does not look that far away anymore.
It's a special innings this from this young man.
Absolutely. 8 balls to come. 170 does not look that far away.
You're correct. It's another set of balls out here.
And what I find interesting, once again, Robin, is he's hitting the ball cleanly. I have not seen him play a scoop yet. I haven't seen him do anything unorthodox just yet. He's just hitting through that ball, head down, follow through. Very, very good cricket shots.
And that's the debate. The common debate is that why do you need to do something different if you can just keep it simple and hit it so sweetly? Simple but beautiful from Bosch.
And he's definitely piled the pressure on the bowler here. What a counter punch from Ethan Bosch.
I must also just say Swanepoel is that pace. He's not too quick. And so he's got that pace where they can really line him up. Goes wide. Bosch goes again. Guess what? That's 6 more.
That ball has seen more roof today than I think it ever will. What a cracking shot down the ground.
Brilliant Bosch. 45 of 18. And Swanepoel has fetched. He's gone 3.5 overs 51 without any sticks.
.27 in these 5 balls so far. 5 legal deliveries. Bosching for his last delivery.
That's wide. It's to cover. It's a good catch. Meyer takes the catch at cover.
Every ball is an event, Robin. What an over that was.
Edge of your seat stuff here. Do you have to say Bosch has done his part here in this Dolphins innings? Partnership of 32 runs where he's contributed plus/minus 30 of them with Plessis getting 1. It's been the Bosch show here at the back end. He's very upset with himself.
If there was anywhere to bowl it, if you were going to pitch it up, it's wide outside that off stump, and that is what Swanepoel did on that last ball. Ethan Bosch gone, caught Meyer, bowled Swanepoel, last over approaching. And it looks like it will be CJ King to bowl that last over for us.
King to bowl his 4th over. Gqberha comes in. He's also a debutant for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Debutants all around here, with King also being a debutant at Plessis.
1-5-6 for 8. 6 legal deliveries left in the Dolphins innings.
That's down leg. That's +1.
+1, Robin, and it remains 6 legal deliveries left in this last over. He has bowled well today, this young man.
Play gives room, tries to go mid-off, hits it to cover, and that's taken.
Well bowled, CJ King.
Substitute fielder De Villiers takes the catch.
Saw the batter back away, trying to give himself room, and just followed him. And all the batter could do was just loft that ball through to the extra cover fielder on the ring.
So have a look at that again.
Here you go, beautiful. Just follows him, tucks him up for space, regulation catch at extra cover. Well bowled, CJ King.
Very good figures here for the young man so far. 3 for 14 in his 3.1.
Plessis joins us at the crease. Score currently 1-5-7 for 9. 5 balls left in the last over. Let's see what Plessis and Gqberha can do with the 5 balls remaining.
This bat on ball is so crucial here. And also in T20 cricket, you shouldn't be getting bowled all out.
The way the innings has ebbed and flowed, Robin, there have been times where the Dolphins have been under pressure and perhaps haven't responded well. A silly stroke here or there and the momentum is broken. Wickets that fell at crucial times.
King again, it's worked down past the keeper towards fine leg, and he'll get 1 leg by. Just think, if we're looking at the, as stated, we've spoken a bit about the wicket. Just I think the Dolphins will be happy. The Warriors also wouldn't be too unhappy. I think it's nicely poised in the balance here, one score of 160.
The Warriors will certainly back themselves to chase anywhere between 160 and 170, and that certainly looks like what they'll have to do today.
King in again. Gqberha tries to go over mid on, and he does just that. And that's 4 more.
Got just enough on that to clear the mid-on fielder. Good cricket shot. And in the space of 2 to 3 overs, that run rate has jumped from the 7.1, 7.2 mark all the way up to 8.2. And that's how quickly this game can change, isn't it?
So that Bosch innings are so crucial here in the momentum shift. Here we go. He tries to go over cover this time and misses out.
He looked really handsome in the attempt there, but missed it all ends up.
Last ball.
1 delivery left.
It's good that the mid-on has gone on now to long on. King in. It's another play and miss. That's a dot ball. And that's an excellent spell from CJ King. His debut for the Warriors is bowled 4 overs and taken 3 for 18. Best bowler on the day. Well bowled, young man.
Excellent figures, those. He'll be chuffed with himself after a performance like that.
And that takes the Dolphins to 162 for 9. The Warriors at home will be needing 163 to win when they come out to bat. You just look at the scores there. Parson 7, Zonda 25, Van Staden 15, Ackerman 15, Smuts 11, Ditole 11, Bosch gave big emphasis there, kick there to the innings with 45. Subrayen got 10, and Palay 1, and at the end there was Mokwena and Kele on 4 and not out respectively.
From a bowling point of view, Senyuran Mutasamy went for 30 runs in his 4 overs, and he managed to take the solitary wicket. Swanepoel has had a tough day at the office, 51 for 1 in his 4 overs. CJ King, pick of the bowlers today, 4 overs, 3 for 18. He really bowled well. Plaiki battled with his lines and his lengths today, 2 for 24 in his two overs that he bowled. Sametu unfortunately had to leave the field with a hand injury, and we didn't see him return. 0 for 6 in his 2 overs. He bowled really well. And Ronaldo Meyer, with perhaps a momentum shift of 2 overs in his second and third spell, 2 for 26 in his 4 overs.
Join us after the break as we watch if the Dafabet Warriors can chase their target of 163.
Welcome back to Dafabet St George's Park, where we've seen the conclusion of the Dolphins innings. They were asked to bat by the Warriors when the Warriors won the toss, and they ended up with a very competitive 162 for 9, thanks mainly to Zondo and then a sparkling 45 of 19 balls from Ethan Bosch. And you take away 70 runs from that total, wasn't much contribution from any of the other batsmen. And a lot of the batsmen got in, and then, well, they got themselves out. And all they needed was one of those batsmen to last through until the 15th over, and then they would have had possibly an unbeatable score. But now it's Gqberha who's going to open proceedings for the Dolphins, and he's going to Jordan Herman. 163 the target, at a rate of just a shade over 8 runs to the over. Gqberha then. Away movement, use of the wind away from the left-hander. That wind seems to have strengthened, as you can see from those stumps. No bails on them. It's just impossible for the bails to stay on the stumps. And eventually Brad White, the umpire, deciding, well, let's do away with them completely. So Gqberha, using the wind to his advantage away from the left-hander. Short, and all of a sudden, almost by surprise, a quick single taken. Herman off the mark. Warriors underway. And it's a good afternoon to Gqberha.
Good afternoon, once again. Judging by how that ball stood up on Herman, he played a really, really good shot to get himself off the mark. The wind has died down a bit during the innings break, but the wind seems to have rejoined us again.
Yeah, I don't think the wind is too far away in terms of forecast for this afternoon. If anything, to get stronger. Gqberha again to Mogokane, forced to defend. Good bowling by Gqberha. Two umpires doing duty today. Brad White standing at Gqberha's end, and umpire Foslu, match referee Barry Lamson. Just allowing the ball onto the bat, carefully running it down.
The name Barry Lamson, of course, brings back many fond childhood memories of watching Test match cricket in particular.
I can remember Barry Lamson when he first started. We were still actively playing what was Curry Cup and limited over night cricket in those days. And he got the nickname Trigger. Barry Trigger Lamson. You knew when he shot you. Oh, that is brilliantly bowled. Absolutely a wonderful delivery. Herman giving himself room, looking for that short side of St George's Park playing area, trying to hit with the wind, and Gqberha follows him and then gets the ball to go the other way. Brilliant delivery.
Clearly the batters are targeting that short side, but at times it feels like it's just been a little bit overkill.
Well, you can see the lengths that the bowlers have adopted. We saw it during the Warriors bowling innings. And once people like CJ King, Plessis, Swanepoel had worked out what length they needed to hit, it was then up to the batsman to go looking for the easier hit. And there's an indication of that wind still howling. Those are big, solid trees, and they're just being thumped around in this cross breeze.
Ethan Bosch to bowl the second over.
Well, he's had an amazing game so far. He changed the Dolphins' innings from a defendable one from what was an easily attainable one by the Warriors batting. And Ethan Bosch, 45 off 19 deliveries, 5 huge sixes. Now he's got a huge job to do with ball in hand.
His knock certainly gave the Dolphins' innings the much-needed impetus that it needed.
So Bosch to Morgane. On the drive, finds the gap. It was slightly uppish, but driving towards that short boundary, and the first boundary for the Warriors.
Valiant effort by the cover fielder. That shot just had too much on it.
Yeah, well timed.
Beautifully timed.
At least the Warriors know what target they need, what is the required run rate. That's a benefit of batting second. A little bit too straight, that delivery from Bosch. Remembering it's still the power play. That's the first boundary that was scored, and rather fortunately Mogokane finding that gap just wide of the cover fielder. Jordan Herman. A lot has expected him top of the order, and that is hammered away. Well, that's sat up and asked to get punished. Herman all the time in the world to pick a gap.
Much was expected from Herman after his debut season with the Warriors. Hopefully this is a season where he picks up that momentum.
Now there's another look at that ball, just sitting up and asking to get hit. Not express pace, Bosch. He's got to rely on guile in terms of where he pitches the delivery. That's far better. Back of a length. Back in at Herman. Tucks him up.
That previous boundary just indicates the two-paced nature of the track. By no means was that a bad delivery by Bosch. It just sat up in the surface and it gave Herman the time to free his hands through the contact.
Remember years ago, Ethan Bosch's father, the late Tertius Bosch, my goodness was he quick when he came onto the scene. He had a couple of us opposing batsmen ducking and diving. Fortunate to get away with that straight delivery. Herman very strong on his legs. The important factor here, batting second, is keep an eye on that required run rate. As long as it hovers between 8 and 10 and you've got wickets in hand, no reason to panic. Oh, and that just squats. It's wide. Bosch not happy about the call from umpire Fossler. So what should have been the last ball of the over, another one to be bowled. Hammered down the ground, short, straight and sweet, met with the wide blade of Herman's bat. And all of a sudden, the Dafabet Warriors run rate after 2 overs, says 10 runs and over, the run rate at the moment. The required run rate, 8.2. Wheels being changed. Mogokane not happy with what he had on previously. Maybe those boots are a bit too bright for him.
Although the crowd is quite sparse today,
I'm not surprised after last night's Springbok victory against Argentina to snaffle the trophy, which they last won in 2009. I'm sure there are a lot of headaches in South Africa this morning, and on a windy, blustery day here at Dafabet St. George's, it takes a brave person to brave the elements.
Lovely to see some primary school boys and girls in here enjoying themselves at the cricket.
This is a beautiful attraction for the game, and that's why Cricket South Africa, clever with their marketing, was and now come together. Taylor again. Or fishing is Magakane.
Pele certainly has hit a length that seems to be troubling the batters. Perhaps a bit more bounce in the St. George's Park surface than we might be used to.
Even from days of old, bowling from the Park Drive end, you actually running slightly uphill, and the pitch is slightly uphill, and so back of the length tends to bounce more. Oh, that's a hoik. Picked up the length early. It did jag back a bit, but he was looking to heave that over mid-wicket.
As some of our kids in the crowd might say, big swing, no ding.
Oh, that's what the kids are here to see. They want to see 4s and 6s.
That's what excites them.
I think that the whole marketing strategy of T20 cricket is excitement all the time. Now, that was way too short. Fortunately, there is insurance out there in the form of a deep backward square leg.
And
remembering just the first 6 overs, it is the power play. So only 2 men allowed outside that 30-meter circle. And the Dolphins have got a deep backward square leg and a deep backward cover point or backward point. So both men out on the boundary, square behind. Well worked and well run. Back for the second, Herman. Secret of running between the wickets is you run that first one as hard as you can, touch, turn, and then decide if you're going for the second.
The advent of the T20 game has definitely made the life of the cricket coach a lot more interesting. The kids do not want to play the forward or the backward defense.
There is no defense.
They want to be taught how to scoop, how to reverse sweep,
how to hit 4s and 6s. Nothing wrong with it. That's wide, short, but it's going to get caught. And what a great catch. That is superb fielding. Herman loses his wicket, and he's a little bit dismayed, but it took an expert piece of fielding to see the back of Herman, and the Warriors' first wicket goes down. 19 runs on the board.
That really was a brilliant, brilliant piece of fielding.
Zondo. Absolutely. Let's see this again. Watch this fielding.
Brilliant. Over his shoulder, had to glance at the approaching man, Marcus Ackerman.
And remember
excellent catch.
Remember that strong wind is always taking the ball away from him. So that was brilliant fielding. And it's those sort of catches that win matches. J.P. King, the new batsman, into the crease.
Perhaps the lack of pace in the surface causing that ball to be hit more in front of square than behind square. Batters tend to uppercut those behind square. Slow nature of the deck.
No, it just sat up and just asked to be hit. Possibly Herman playing a little bit too early.
Perhaps it got a bit big on him as well.
Yeah, it did. That was way above shoulder height. J.P. King gets off the mark slightly fortuitously with that edge. Good over that from Tele. Finishes his second over, conceding just the 5 runs, 6 runs rather.
He has run in hard and he has looked to hit his areas, and I think he's done particularly well. His 2 overs going for a miserly 6, and the very important wicket of Jordan Herman.
Now, the whole thing about bowling on this pitch is to work out in terms of the conditions, grass on the pitch, is there lateral movement, is there going to be swing, and then working out as a bowler what length you have to bowl. And different pitches around the country, that length, the ideal length to bowl, can differ by sometimes 1.5 meters. Bosch, 2-leg side-ish.
I don't think he'd be too disappointed with that. It is to the long side of the ground. The only bowler in the Warriors' fielding innings that had success pitching the ball up a little bit was CJ King. He seemed to cause quite a few problems with a fuller length.
Yeah, I think he worked out the length quickly and was consistent about that length. That's bold. Didn't see bails fly because there aren't any. Mogokane has to trudge his way back to the pavilion. Brilliant delivery that from Ethan Bosch. And the Warriors, needing a good start, they've lost their second wicket. 21 for 2.
Coaches dreamed that delivery, took the top of off stump.
That's quite deceptive from the commentary box, because normally in a situation like that, you see bails fly. Let's have another look at this delivery. Just down the wrong line, Mogokane, thinking the ball was possibly going to come back at him a bit more than it did. Played the wrong line, paid the price. Great delivery from Ethan Bosch.
Not a lot of movement, lateral movement, just the angle. Bosch seemed to have delivered that ball from slightly wider, angling it back in at the right-hander.
Jean du Plessis, career best in this limited over format of 69, playing for Southwestern District. Newcomer to the Warriors. Also taken over the glove work from Krishila. So du Plessis, let's see what he can add with the bat. Ethan Bosch with his tail up. Good afternoon's work for him.
Yeah, he can be happy with his shift he's put in so far. Long way to go still, not over yet. His team will need him to push on.
Attacking field set by Subrian. Slip back in place. And a nervous start from du Plessis. Wide outside it off stump. You can see the wind assisting with that away movement.
Having a look again at the dismissal. Just continuing with the angle. And then the very next ball to du Plessis hits the surface and leaves him.
Better shot, unfortunately, for du Plessis. It doesn't accrue any runs, but just to feel the ball in the middle of the bat, very important early on. Rebuilding phase for the Warriors, 21 for 2. And that required run rate, just climbing, 8.7 it is at the moment. Fortunately, the thick outside edge found. And du Plessis gets his Warriors campaign underway. twos on the board. 22 for 2. Bosch with his tail up, bagging the wicket of Herman in this over. Oh, absolute peach of a delivery. Even a good batsman wouldn't get a nick to it.
Absolutely unplayable. Absolutely unplayable.
Yeah, that almost looked as though the line committed King to play, and it just left him off the pitch and ended up, fortunately, missing it by quite a way. That was an interesting tactic from the Dolphins. Within the power play, just 4 overs gone, John Smuts being brought into the attack from the Park Drive end. Now, the short side of the ground is the right-handed batsman's leg side. And John Smuts not known as a big turner of the ball. So this could be risky. And in the power play, he's only allowed 2 men outside the circle, and those 2 men are deep mid-off and a man on the fence at mid-wicket.
Those field placings give us a healthy indication of where he's looking to bowl.
A little bit of turn off the straight there for John Smuts. We saw some deliveries from Semetu and Mutusami in the Warriors bowling innings that turned off the straight. So John Smuts won't be too unhappy with that. A very experienced, wily bowler, John Smuts. He knows how to use these conditions at his own home ground.
And after that innings break, the band seems to have rejoined us. They're in full flow, entertaining us as they always do.
Well, they need the batsman to get into some sort of flow as well. Well, a little bit of turn off the straight. Certainly not giving it in the air is John Smuts.
I suppose not known for giving the ball a lot of air, John Smuts.
He gets a lot of wickets while he's bowling with batsmen trying to play round their front pad. There's another case of du Plessis having to play around his front pad. In other words, that being a right-handed batsman, that left foot goes out towards the line of the ball too early, and then find that his head gets out of line of the delivery and he's got to play round it. So 5 overs gone, 25 for 2, 138 more runs needed, and interestingly now the required rate 9.2 runs to the over. That just adds, it's called scoreboard pressure.
It's creeping up ever so slightly. That will be not even in the back of the mind of the batting team, but right in the forefront of their minds.
No, you don't want to get left behind. Bosch to continue. Good running by J.P. King. Called quickly, early.
And there is some good sharp fielding by Pele at that man at 45 on the leg side.
A very important position that, as we see, batsmen tend to tuck the ball off the hip regularly for straight deliveries. And that short fine leg position, very important. A couple of meters either way, it's a boundary. He's inside the circle. Very good running. Very good running. Tap and go.
The drop and run, extremely important to keep the scoreboard ticking over. What's that old saying? One brings two.
Yeah, bowlers like that saying as well. Can go either way. Ever cautious now, King and du Plessis. The Warriors circle fielders, or the Dolphins fielders rather, just coming in that extra pace, looking to stop those short, sharp singles. It's just interesting. Bosch busy with his third over, because his captain Gqberha going to bowl him out, his quota of 4 overs, or keep one in the bank. Telegraphed very early, du Plessis, that he was coming down the pitch. And it's a sort of pitch that if the bowler anticipates it, drops it short, it sits up.
I think du Plessis is very, very aware of that man out, hovering 3/4 of the way to that deep square boundary.
It was more cautious, that shot, the execution, rolling the wrist, making sure keeping the ball down. That's sliding down the leg side. Optimistic appeal.
Bosch certainly causing some problems for the batters from this duck one end.
In a certain way, I think it's been a very good cricket pitch, because as a batsman, you get in, you play your shots correctly, you're going to get runs. And bowler, if you're prepared to bend your back, there is some assistance there. JP King all the time in the world to just tap that ball on its head as it sat up.
That brings to an end the 6th over. The Warriors are going along at just under 5 and over. Run rate required now sitting at 9.6. The Warriors currently 29 for 2.
Yeah, I think a 10 required rate of 10 runs and over. That's the sort of benchmark where if it does get above that, then it requires a different plan of attack. So the end of the power play. Fielders are allowed to spread. 5 immediately out onto the boundary. Deep backward square leg, mid wicket, deep mid on, deep mid off. And that's good fielding from Smuts, anticipating, knowing that there's a huge gap within the circle on that leg side.
Effectively saying to the batter, take your easy single, but you'll have to play me against the turn.
Or play round your front pad. That's John's secret to success. Too much width. I'll give you an idea. That man that's out there on the offside, he's 3/4 of the way to the boundary. There's still, at least another 20 meters behind him to the boundary's edge. Look how far in he fields that ball. A lot of acreage to cover out there, the long side of Dafabet St. George's. Looking for the big hit, King, and Brad White. All he does is give it horns. Indicates 6 runs and is going to start walking to collect another ball. That has gone miles.
Could that be the 5th or the 6th time today that we're looking for new balls?
Yeah, I tell you, you're hitting with the wind here. You put a stamp on it, send it airmail.
take a walk down Brickmaker's Kloof tomorrow, you could put up shop with the Gqberha balls down there.
Well, down the bottom of that road, there's a pub down there. And I'm sure they've got about 4 or 5 white cricket balls lined up there already that have rolled all the way down the hill. That's the sort of risk you've got to take when that run rate starts hovering around the 10 runs per over required. Gee, just that one shot's already brought it down. Was a Nawe. Pitch up in pink. That's a big ODI, pink Saturday against Pakistan at the Wanderers. A big donation drive by Cricket South Africa. Pink day at the Wanderers. John Smuts with offered. There is a man out there. Will they come back for the second? They'll have to hurry. Yes, they do. Good running by Du Plessis.
That is a hallmark of his game, is how well and how hard he runs that first run. Always looking for the second.
He's not a very tall batsman, Du Plessis, so he's got to get those legs moving. Once again, width offered by John Smuts, not letting that right-handed batsman get anywhere near hitting towards the leg side. So John Smuts' second over is complete. 14 runs he's conceded. 40 for 2, and the Warriors need 123 more runs for victory. And change of commentary, it's going to be Robin Du Plessis taking over.
Welcome back, Robin. You join us at a very interesting time. Game very interestingly poised. Warriors at 40 for 2 after 7. Certainly haven't maximized on the power play. If these two batters at the crease can string together a partnership, that would really, really help the cause of the Warriors.
100% Jakes. Debutant, Mokoena into the attack. There's a young man they want to target here. It's going to be this man to take him on. They're chasing, they're behind the 8th ball here, leading 9.5 over. Mokoena to King. Good start, that for the young man. Tucked him up. It's important here, debut, to settle quickly. Does help if you look at the Bosch next to him, Subrayen, the captain next to him as well. Just being there to give him some advice, take him through the next few paces.
Firmly struck. The pair scamper through for a single. And isn't it so important to have experience around you as a young man? To my left, I've got my captain, Subrayen. To the right, Ethan Bosch, who's been around the circuit for a while. Certainly safe hands that the debutant Mokoena is in.
It's so important, and it's good to have Bosch next to him, who's bowled so well for the Dolphins. So he'll just be giving me advice on where to land it here. Goodish to foolish length, just where you got to be on the surface. I must say the Dolphins, bowling-wise, they've adapted quite quickly on where to bowl, and they've been spot on all their seamers so far.
Barring the first 1 or 2 overs, they have executed particularly well. They've hit their lengths, they've hit their lines, they've tucked the batters up.
King giving himself room, goes to long on for 1. It's so important here for JP King and John Du Plessis also to make use of their starts here, of the chances that they get here. We know where the Warriors have 3 Protea players away, 2 of them which is high-profile batters as well as a great all-round as well in Stubbs, Breedsky and Kruger. It's important to make use of this opportunity. This is an ideal opportunity here. So good from Mokoena, just kissing the surface here. Just got to land it in the right area, and looks like the surface will do the rest here.
Those three names that you mentioned that the Warriors are missing, that is a big chunk of your team to not have available.
And with that being said, it's world-class players as well. But it's also just testing the depth. I think that's the important thing. At the end of the day, it's not a team that wins trophies, it's a squad that wins trophies.
Absolutely, 11 players can never win you a trophy.
It's a big swing and miss again. Mukwena's hitting the right lines and lands here on the surface. Plessis is struggling at the moment. He's 7 of 14. And that's the end of over number 8. The Warriors are 43 for 2, needing another 120 runs to win.
That required run rate is creeping up, sitting at 10 and over at the moment.
I definitely don't think 10 will be easy on this deck here, Jock. Just look at the boundaries that the Dolphins hit. You don't want to be bowling full on the surface. It seems as though it's very easy to hit once it's pitched up. But hitting square of the wicket is a bit more hard, as it looks like there's more bounce and it sticks in the surface. Bowls it very wide. It's probably the third one now that the batters has gone and chased those wide ones. I think if they leave it alone, they can. It's outside the wide line.
And even if you have some width and room to free the arms and hit through that towards your sweeper boundary on the offside.
Plessis goes for the big sweep. Inside edge to short fine leg.
Even if you are hitting it very well towards that sweeper boundary, it is a long way for the ball to travel.
I'll be surprised if you don't see the reverse sweep out here to get over behind point as an option of the left arm spinner. He goes slog sweep, does JP King. And that's down there, same area. That's 6 more.
New balls, please.
He totally leaned into that, did JP.
Once again, just a good cricket shot. Nothing too unorthodox. Hit through the ball, targeted the short boundary, and his reward was maximum.
This was an interesting move from the Dolphins to bowl the spinner within the power play. I mean, I think the seamers, they've done extremely well. And it was quite interesting, and I think the Warriors, they've identified this. They've identified this as a run-scoring option to target this side, especially hitting to the short side. So it's also it's a new ball, and yes, he's spinning it away, but there's not much turn with the new ball as well.
And interestingly enough, anything that he's darted in at the pads, they've looked to just rotate the strike. As soon as that ball is on off stump, they've had a look. They've had a go at him. They've had a go at Smuts.
Here we go again. JP is 24 of 18. Bowled a touch slower from the experienced campaigner. Surprised he didn't go after that again. On length, he could have gone again there.
Smart cricket, looking perhaps to just turn the strike over, watch the game from the other end for a ball.
But quicker to the man at long off. We'll just notice this you saw it from Mutasami earlier, you're seeing it from Smuts now, the variation in pace, how crucial it is. Plessis needs to do something. He just feels like he's got to get moving. He gets one there. Gqberha at point. And that's the end of that. Even though there was a third ball went for 6, I think Smuts will be happy the over only goes for 10. And that leaves the Warriors at 53 for 2 after 9. Needing still 10 per over with JP King on 25 of 20 and John du Plessis 9 of 16.
Some of the local kids from the schools around the area really enjoying the cricket this afternoon, watching some of their local heroes in action, hoping that their local heroes can pull this one through for them. It is a game of risk and reward. If you do, as a spinner, give the ball a little bit of flight and you do happen to travel, that is the risk that you take. But as seen from Mutasami when he bowled, followed up immediately by a quicker, flatter delivery.
Mokoena continues. It's gone straight up. The edge there. Okay, that's gone for 6. That's travelled off the bat. Of the outside edge, that is.
Very interesting. The third man fielder had lost that. At this time of the afternoon in early spring in Gqberha, you are looking straight into the setting sun.
It doesn't matter how they come at the moment. It was much needed for Du Plessis, as he now goes to 15 of 17. It's again important. The Warriors they've started this over well with 6. And they need to emphasize making this a big one here to bring them right back in the chase. Goes down again. Mokoena eats his lens again though. Well bowled.
The previous shot that went for 6 in this over is an indication of just how short that third man boundary is. Batter tried to turn that ball around the corner towards the leg side, top edged it over third man for 6.
Mokoena making his debut. He looks a bit nippy. Looks an exciting prospect, does this young fast bowler.
He's got a beautiful, easy, simple action.
Bowls a bumper. That's wide. Nice young crowd in here for the season opener here at the Dafabet St. George's Park. Nice to see the youth up here in the stands. Mokoena continues. It's uppercut that. Okay, it's 6 more. It doesn't need to go down Brickmaker's Kloof. It just needs to go over the rope. And that's 6 more to Du Plessis.
Whether you hit it 60 meters or 160 meters, it's still just 6 runs.
Let's have a look at that again. I must say that's intentional. That's really well played.
So one can sense that this Warriors innings is just gaining a little bit of momentum and a bit of stability.
Mokoena back to his hard lens. That's where he needs to be. If you look at John Smuts there from a third man, he indicated here to Mokoena he needs to bowl much fuller, he needs to bring the batter forward on the surface. And Mokoena obliges and does just that the following delivery. Like we put the mockers on Mokoena here, commending the young man on a beautiful action. He looks the part here. Go short again. This time Du Plessis cuts. And again, it's 4 more. It's a bit too short in length on the surface. And Du Plessis is into the swing of things. And now you've got 2 batters going at full flow.
Really, really well hit. That couldn't have been more than 10 meters to the right of that third man fielder. And it absolutely blitzed its way to the boundary.
Is this a big over the Warriors needed? They've got 17 off it so far. Du Plessis tries to cut again. With some bounce again from this end. It's a dot ball.
Mokoena back to that tough length to end his second over. A hallmark of both these innings when it comes to the overs where batters maximized on the scoring opportunities has been really, really good cricket shots.
At the same stage, the Dolphins were 83 for 4, and the Warriors are 70 for 2. It's that factor, it's that Ethan Bosch factor, as we can see on screen now. It's that 45 of 19 at the back end of the innings. And the Warriors are going to have to match that if they're going to get close to the total here.
I think at this stage the Dolphins will feel that they are in the driving seat, but just.
This other debutant, Plessis, into the attack. Also, I think they'll be looking to target the young man. fresh out of school. Talented youngster. King squeezes that out.
Not a bad delivery to start your life as a T20 cricketer at this level. Right on the crease, wide outside off stump, brings that sweeper fielder on the offside boundary into play.
Just chasing this here, and that's also a 50 partnership. That's 50 runs of 42 balls between these two. So here's again a case where two batters are in now. And hopefully one of them can kick on here for the Warriors to make this chase a good task. Full outside off. You can read to the long side, sir.
Very good cricket shot. However, very little reward out there other than a single.
That's smashed through the offside. But it's only one. Now they're coming back. Hesitation. But they get home comfortably.
Just good cricket all round. What a brilliant pickup and release from the bowler. Excellent running by the batters.
You just feel like they have to target the young man here. They can't allow him to settle. That's smashed down the ground. Fielder comes around. It's a great stop that from Bosch.
That was absolutely slapped back past the bowler, and not the first time today that the umpire has had to take evasive action down that end.
Just feel like there's a bit of flow here taking shape here to the Warriors innings, Jock.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's been a build-up. He'll have to re-bowl that one. It has been a build-up, Robbie. It has not been swashbuckling stuff. They've looked to run hard between the wickets. They've looked to rotate strike. They've put the bad ball away. And they've built up a bit of momentum. And in no time, 50 partnership has come up.
Inside edge that. There's one there. This is trying to walk across and obviously target the shorter boundary. But I must say, Pelé has been well disciplined the outside off. He's bowled it full outside off.
And a feature of the Warriors, particularly last season, was that they just went about their business from a batting perspective quietly. He'll have to re-bowl that one.
We're looking, that's 8 so far after the over. It's important that the young man closes this over while here.
Now, what is interesting about him bowling at the moment is you don't see the long on and the long off fielder having a word in his ear, as we did with Mokoena.
That's bang straight down the ground. That's dead center. And that's 4 more to King. It's down the middle. That's just how they wanted to end the over. The Warriors. So important to close your overs well.
So a few good overs from the Warriors batters, and all of a sudden that run rate has dropped to 9. The current rate achieved of 7.7 and over, huge jump from the 5.4 not too long ago.
Just so important here that one of these two bat very deep to over 18, 19. We know it's a surface where you're not really in, but with both of them on 33 and 27 respectively, they've done the hard part. Just about kicking on. One of them get to 60, 70 knot. Will give the Warriors a great chance here in chasing this 160.
The Dolphins skipper, Subrian, brings himself on. Very interesting that he does not have a third man or a short third man in place.
It's also the first time today that we see a spinner from this end, Jock. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. When they scamper through, and they get one.
That was almost scripted, wasn't it? So, Subrayan did move a very wide-ish short third man into position. And the first shot King tries to play is the reverse sweep to try and maximize the scoring opportunities behind square on the offside.
King gives himself room.
Beautiful shot.
It's a serious cricket shot. That's 4 more. Hold the white Gqberha, son. There's plenty of them down the road here. You can get a feel. They're quite expensive also.
Yeah, what do these match balls set you back these days? I think it's about 3,000 South African rands, is it not?
Yeah, and there's a few that's been eaten down the road. So you can collect this item. And they're still new.
Less than 20 overs old.
So good this from JP King. Just backing away, hitting it over cover, takes a lots of execution, also strength. And the point of impact was so good from King to be able to hit it up and over.
Perfect example of how the modern day cricketer plays spin.
And that's another perfect example, that Jock. And that's Du Plessis for you. He's a touchy, classy player.
And all of a sudden, momentum shift. The Warriors are moving along nicely. 92 for 2. 2 balls remain in this, the 12th over. And very quietly, it seems.
Just love that fact there, sorry Jock, how his arms were fully extended on contact there. And his head was so still on making contact.
So you would say it is quite textbook for an unorthodox cricket shot.
100%, as we stated earlier, that's where T20 cricket is going. It's just one coaching factor, his arms were fully extended and executed well. And then again, also want to say, he hits a boundary, guess what he does the next ball, he gets 1. Also very important in T20 cricket.
Very, very smart cricket. I hope the youngsters that are here today are paying attention to this. T20 cricket is not necessarily bang, 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 bang. It still requires you to play good cricket.
So another work, that's 12 of the over, another great over for the Warriors. And they've clawed themselves back here with the 73-run partnership between JP King and John Du Plessis, who's taking the game here to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Jean Du Plessis, in his own right, a very experienced player. Very experienced player.
He's racked up the numbers in Division 2, and rightfully so. He got the call up to Division 1, and he's cashing in here with 32 from 27.
Quite a chilly early spring day in Gqberha today. Lots of jackets and hoodies out.
Let's take note where he's deep in his crease here, giving himself, it's again wide, but a slash pass point. Fielder comes around, and he'll get 2. Just viewers thinking that, might be thinking, why is he standing so deep in his crease? It's just that he wants to target the shorter boundary, and standing deep allows himself to get underneath the ball, to be able to full leverage of those arms seated for the maximum. That's caught. That's Plessis executing his plans full outside off. And he's caught that point. Ackerman takes the catch. JP King got in. Unfortunately, is dismissed. Well bowled Plessis.
One could almost say that dismissal is against the run of play. Crucial wicket at a crucial time for the Dolphins.
It's the timing of the wicket that's a big factor. Just as soon as there was flow in the chase, there's a wicket which steadies things down a bit. Into the crease comes Gqberha.
JP King played beautifully for his 41 from 29 balls. He'd be displeased with himself that he couldn't kick on. And into the crease comes Gqberha.
It's a vibe. It's vibe at St. George's Park. Yes, it's chilly, but it looks like it's still vibey.
Great energy at this ground, isn't it, Robin?
Always. Just looking at the dismissal, walked across, tried to carve it over point. It's really well bowled from the young man, though.
Just didn't get enough elevation on that. Really well struck, just not enough elevation. And in these windy, quite cold conditions, it cannot be easy to field. But the Dolphins have done well in the field today. They've taken 2 brilliant catches in the swirling wind.
Gqberha here at 5. We're looking to get back to ball early on here and give Plessis much of the strike. He does just that from ball 1. Just threw that directly into the sun. The keeper just misjudged it a bit. So how does Plessis now go about his business here, Jock, seeing that he's just lost his partner King?
He's got an experienced campaigner with him at the other end. So I don't believe he should change anything at this stage.
Plessis turns back, head down, and he gets back easily for the second. Just again the importance of running the first one hard.
And the importance of looking for runs. Looking for runs. How often do we not see players jog through that first run? The intent of that first run is what puts pressure on that fielder.
It's a busy cricket to this Plessis. Well bowled. Plessis looks for the wide. Umpire says no. You walked across, young man.
He actually hit over the top of that. Ball went underneath the bat.
Belay's sticking to his plans here, sticking to his guns here, the young man. Again, wide outside off. This time it will be called a wide. We'll be looking to close the over while here. In the first over, the last ball went for a 4. So far, the over has been very good.
And that brings up 100 runs for the Dafabet Warriors for the loss of 3 wickets with 1 ball remaining in the 13th over. Kudos to the young man Plessis, who's sticking to his guns and sticking to his plan.
Yet again, sticks to his plan. It's a good over.
13 overs gone, 100 for 3 are the Dafabet Warriors. Jean du Plessis on 34, Gqberha on 1.
I'll come back to the commentary, Craig. Warriors are 100 for 3 after 13. What's your estimation? What's going to happen here in the next 7?
Well, I think the next couple of overs are very important. Jean du Plessis is showing age way beyond. And what's impressed me most in that partnership of 75 with JP King was their running between the wickets. All right, they've got a different length on the sides, leg side and off side, in terms of boundary. But on the wide side, they've looked to push for 2 every time. And they've forced the fielding errors from the Dolphins. And they've turned 1s into 2s. And should they get home, with a victory here, the Warriors will thank that sort of attitude in putting the fielders under pressure and turning ones into twos. Makes that total and required rate a lot easier.
Smuts continues. It's so important here from Kashile that he gets going from ball one with the required run rate almost 10 per over here. It's not time to get yourself in and have a look. He's got to kick on.
Yeah, well, the new batsman's got to up the scoring tempo. Jean du Plessis scoring basically run a ball. So his function will be to bat throughout the innings. Let them smash and take risk at the other end. You cannot afford to have two new batsmen at the crease, and this is where the Dolphins were found wanting. John Smuts again gives himself lots of space, does du Plessis, looking for that short side boundary. And John Smuts, he fires it in a lot quicker than what a normal off spinner would do, and he gets a surprising amount of bounce. Tall man is John. That's where the bounce comes from. Sheila's getting just a little bit impatient. While you're new at the crease, just knock it around, change the strike, and that's the way you get yourself in.
Well bowled again from Smuts, another dot ball.
These are such important overs, this from John Smuts. And he's a wily campaigner, very experienced. He chops and changes his deliveries. And he knows the batsmen are looking for the short side on that offside. Well, it's almost desperation, but he gets away with it. A much needed boundary for Kashila. That'll do his confidence a world of good, having played and missed it 3 deliveries before that.
Let's have another look at that. Again, as I said earlier, fully extended. Good execution from Kashile. He had to hit John off his line and length because he was executing.
Well, I think the success in execution there was the fact that the reverse sweep, you look to hit down on the ball. You're not looking to hit it in the air at all. Consequently, John Smuts will pitch one shorter, which Kashila almost waited for, and ends up not a bad over for the Warriors. At the moment they need 9.3, that required rate climbing slightly, and the rate achieved 7.6. So if you can get those 2 run rates virtually similar, then you're in a position of comfort. But while that required rate is hovering around 10, it almost means 1 delivery per over must find the boundary.
And that's the end of the 14th, with the Warriors 107 for 3. They require 9.3 from the remaining 6 overs.
Now, change of bowling from the Park Drive end. Okotle Kele coming on to bowl his 3rd over. 1 for 6 his figures. Very impressive start he had. He found the right hard length right from the word go. Had the batsman struggling. Consequently, he was very economical. Tutashila now. Oh, straight at the man inside the circle behind square.
Fortunate there for the Dolphins. I think they got away with one. Kashila will be kicking himself, knowing that was short. Could have put that one away.
Oh, meter either side of that man inside the circle, and that was a boundary. Du Plessis, very impressive, moving up to the Warriors from Southwestern Districts. Shown a very good maturity. And he's found the gap, airborne, between those 2 men at a short 3rd man and backward point. And that's the boundary they need in the over. All of a sudden, the over becomes a little bit easier in terms of your required rate.
Yeah, it's not the first time we see him go over that region today. Good cricket shot. So this short young man, square of the wicket, behind the wicket. That's where his strengths will be. And he's executing well here. But then again, the bowler's got to be a touch fuller as shown today.
Pele again. And almost gets himself into trouble by Du Plessis with a shot he premeditates. What on earth was he looking to play that sort of shot when he's seeing the ball so well, virtually picking his spaces, and could only have got himself into trouble. Fortunately, he gets away with it. 113 for 3. And all of a sudden that boundary in the 15th over of this Warriors innings brings that required rate back down to 9.1. Those are the important figures to look at. Required run rate and the run rate achieved.
That's smashed over cover. That's 4 more to Kashile.
Now that's found the middle of the bat. Even though Pele is looking to try and stay in that outside off 6th stump line, width was there to free their arms, and that man that's floating around on the offside, that was just way too well timed for him to get across to stop. So, second boundary of the over. Now that won't get called wide, and Kashil is looking at the umpire, Brad White, and Brad White, there's no way. Kashila had almost taken half a meter step towards the offside before that ball was let go. So in the batsman moving prior to that delivery being released, he's not going to get the wide call. No, you're better off playing a shot at it if you're going to move that pronouncedly. Taylor again, once again, outside off, that's gone high. The wind will take that away from any fielder. It falls safely into the gap. And it'll be another 2 runs. And all of a sudden, that required run rate now back into the 8s. They almost level the run rate required and the run rate that they achieve. And the more you can keep that hovering equal, the easier it's going to become.
And that's the end of the 15th over for the Dafabet Warriors, 119 for 3. So exciting finish here. So Brian brings himself back into the attack. His first over win for 11. John Du Plessis is key figure here in this chase now on 39 of 33.
Yeah, he's got to bat deep. And the longer he can bat and the deeper he can bat, the easier it will be for the Warriors to win this game.
Yes,
the aces are all in the Warriors' court at the moment because they've got wickets in hand.
So important here that Du Plessis, if he gets a not out, I almost want to say the Warriors will win. If he gets 60 not out, you can say the Warriors will win this.
Well, he might need more than 60 not out, but if he's there at the end, it'll be a comfortable victory. Just, you need one of your top 3 to be able to be not out at the end. And once again, Tashila looking for the ambitious shot. The reverse sweep doesn't pay off. Subrayan gets an important wicket of Tashila. Now, if I was the coach of the Warriors, I would have some rather harsh words to say, because that shot was totally uncalled for. He's played himself in, he's got to 14 of 10 deliveries, and he's got himself out when there are gaps all over that he can pick and just rotate the strike.
So have a look at that again. And the thing is, he also went to off stump. So if he stood just a bit more still, so he couldn't get his arms free there. Into the crease comes Mutasamy.
Now, it's such a dangerous shot because you've got so much rearranging to do with your grip, with your footwork, that it's almost impossible to keep your head and your eyes still. And the moment that starts moving around, you're going to be in trouble. And Kashila's paid the price.
It's good that there's a left-hander coming in now to the crease so they can make use of the short side. We saw the Dolphins were stacked up with left-handers. It's important that the Warriors left-handers coming at this stage of the game, looking where he can finish the innings. It's that man Bosch who took the catch. You just can't keep him out of the game. And at the moment, it's his innings here at the back end of the Dolphins innings that took them up to 160, and we need a Warriors player to match that.
Mutusami, the new batsman at the crease for the Warriors, highly experienced. He's been around the block. He's going to provide the perfect foil for du Plessis, being left-handed. And I'm sure him and Prunella and Gqberha, mates from a long time ago, they know exactly what's coming. And that's well played by Mutusami. That's all he's got to do. Get the senior partner back on strike. Good comeback from Gqberha. His first over, having gone for 11. He's come back and taken the important wicket of Plessis. 121 for 4. Work's not over yet for the Warriors. Looking for 2, du Plessis. No, he won't get it.
Deflection.
Now he will. That is naughty fielding from the Dolphins, gifting du Plessis that extra run, bringing him back onto strike, more importantly. And unfortunately, as the sun's going down, it gets lower in the sky. You can see those shadows lengthening. And so any delivery back into the keeper has got to be on the bounce. Still going to be difficult. So, du Plessis, 42 he's got. Placed out onto the leg side. That run rate required just climbing a little bit. 9.4, but with only 4 wickets down, it's still under control. No need to panic, as Plessis did. Well played. It is to the short side, so no thought of a second run. And the end of a good over that by Prunella and Gqberha, just conceding the 6 runs with the wicket of Plessis. 125 for 4. 4 overs remaining. Game on.
It's well poised, this game. It's really in the balance. This is what this T20 competition is all about. It's about exciting cricket. Closely contested.
Yeah, no time to snooze. 4 overs remaining. Mutusami and du Plessis have got to get a wriggle on. Needing 9.5 runs to the over. You know, that's where du Plessis and Plessis had got that run rate back down to almost 8. Just the loss of that wicket, it's back up to almost 10, the required rate. And once again, scoreboard pressure then starts to play a part in what's in the mind of the Warriors batsman.
Play back into the bowling attack. This time he'll be going to the left-handed Mutusami.
Yeah, you wonder what line he's going to try and stick to. When he was bowling with the large side on the offside, he was wide of off stump the whole time. And once again, it's played out onto the wide leg side. But just the wrong length. He got his length so good in his previous 2 overs. I've been impressed with du Plessis. Newcomer to the Warriors, he runs exceptionally well between the wickets. He's got an amazing array of shots that he executes very well. He's a sweet timer of the ball. And saying that, down the track and has a waft. But the same can be said with JP King in his 41. You know, having watched him last season, he was a little bit reckless in his approach to batting. Today, far more responsible, far more measured. You know, he thought about what shots to play at which delivery, and then almost lazily scooped one out to backward point to get himself out. He'd be the most disappointed. Width being offered, and that's wide of that long off. He's got some work to do. They might even think about a third. It is a long way to go, and Du Plessis will get back comfortably for the third. Once again, it's that good running. The fumble out on the boundary, the long side of Dafabet St. George's, and in the end, 3 comfortable runs.
Good fielding that from Parsons there on the boundary. So they got Murdoch in the circle, and only guy on the offside that's out is the sweeper. So he'll be darting this into middle leg. Does just that with Mutasami. It's the full toss to the man on the boundary, square leg boundary.
Why, when he's got 5 men on the offside, is he giving or allowing the batsman to play leg side shots? Maybe he's scared of anything being picked up with the wind on that short side, but there are 5 men there protecting. He should back his own discipline in terms of line and length. Fortunately, that full toss just giving away the single. Oh, that'll find the gap and the boundary and bring up a brilliant half century for Du Plessis off just 39 balls. Well played, young man.
Special knock from a special young player. Classy 50, just what the team needed at the time. He got into the middle where there was the Warriors were in a bit of bother, but he kept composed and he started off slowly, but once he changed gears, he changed them very well and kicked on nicely here.
Having gone to the 50, you know, he came to the wicket 21 for 2. And it just shows you how measured and disciplined he has been. It goes again, and that's gone all the way for 6. 2 big shots, brilliantly played by Du Plessis. Oh, and that'll relieve some nerves in the dugout. And all of a sudden, that required rate jumps down to 7.7.
That's 15 of that over. Let's have a look at that again. Du Plessis goes across, Pillay misses his length, and it's worked over to the fine leg region, and it's a deflective catch from Castle Corner taken in the crowd.
Well, anything on that leg side, you've got to get it up, and as long as it's hit enough with the bat, it's going to sail away for 6.
And from this position, your money's got to be on the Warriors. They need 23 from 18, and they're batting around Du Plessis.
If Du Plessis is at the end, it'll be a canter. Gqberha coming on for his 3rd over. 1 for 17 his figures. He's going to the left-handed Mutasami. Single needed. Single achieved. Good play by the Warriors captain.
Surprised Bosch hasn't been brought back earlier if he complete his final over. I think if he was brought back earlier, the importance of the wicket of Du Plessis could have given that chance, because if they knocked Du Plessis over after losing King, I think it would have given them a better chance here.
Yeah, they always say the most important game over in a T20 game is your 19th over. I wonder if they aren't keeping Bosch back, and that's sloppy from the Dolphins once again, allowing the extra run. And Du Plessis on strike. Oh, it's just what you don't need. Maybe it's the Dolphins now that are panicking somewhat, just becoming a little bit reckless.
Works that to the leg side region. Runs very hard again.
Immediately the hand up was from Captain Pernellen Subrehan. Just a single. He's got matters all under control. 144 for 4. 19 runs required. 15 balls remain. That's well bowled. Good pace, good line. Subrehan couldn't take a risk trying to maneuver that delivery. Dot ball. Another dot ball. Now, every single ball matters at the moment.
Dots are worth gold here for the Dolphins. We've got 2 in a row here. Over so far, gone only for 4.
It's always drifting down leg side with that wind helping that delivery down the leg side. So the end of Subrehan's over. Very good over in the context of the game for the Dolphins. Just the 5 runs off that over. The next match here at Dafabet, St. George's Park, Sunday the 6th of October, when the Warriors take on the Knights, 12 o'clock. Oh, gonna be a tight finish here. And the only reason it's a tight finish, look at the top of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins batting card. Ethan Bosch there, 45 off 19 balls. And at the moment, a very good candidate for the man of the match, because he has had the most influence on the possible outcome of the game. Now, interestingly, 19th over, Gqberha is going to bowl it from the park drive in. He's going to be going to Mutasami. Oh, flicked away into the wind, all the way for 6. Whoa, what a relief that is. And that was a fine pickup by Mutasami into the wind. And shows you how well timed it was. It travelled to the long side of this St. George's Park field. And even more reason for the band to get even louder.
They're feeling it now. They realize that the Warriors are in pole position here.
Yeah, 12 to win now. Oh, dot ball. No problem with the first delivery having gone for 6. And nothing more than just a little flick. But it's just so well timed. Even with men back there, that flew all the way. And all of a sudden, that first ball going for 6 just relieves a whole heap of pressure. 12 runs required. 10 balls left. Now, finds open space. There is a man coming around for the Dolphins, restricted to 1. Very important partnership, this of 32 runs between Du Plessis, who's been the anchor, 59 he's got off 42. Mutasami, a little gem of 12. 11 runs required, 9 balls remain.
Du Plessis standing outside of his off stump. Plays a drive. Fielder comes around while Fielder come back for 2.
Oh, that's the problem. That poor man out there, Sitole, he has got so much ground to cover. And it's always going to be 2 runs. The moment it's slightly wide of that sweeper. Jean du Plessis moves into the 60s. What an innings. What a welcome to the Warriors. Coming from Southwestern Districts. Wow, gem of an innings. Gqberha again. Looking for 2 again. And they will get the 2.
Right running between the wickets from Du Plessis and Mutasami.
Oh, he was impressive, Du Plessis, with JP King in that partnership of 75. Their running between the wickets was superb, and he's continued it. And what a great asset he's going to be in the future matches for the Warriors.
Craig, I just want to commend Du Plessis on this innings. It looks like he's a young man that knows his game. He's kept it so simple, but so beautiful. He just played according to his strengths. There's nothing out reckless from this knock so far.
Looking for the leg side and 6 more. He finds it. Batting way outside that off stump. And surely now in the bag the game. 42 runs the partnership. And Du Plessis, oh, match winner he is. That was so sweetly timed. Just a little pickup shot. Didn't have to hit it too hard. Just get underneath it, get it traveling in the air. Wind will do the rest, and that's all he had to do. Look at that, onto the bank, 6 runs. Thank you very much for coming.
It's the Du Plessis show here at the Dafabet Warriors. It's been all him.
Well, remember I said to you the 19th over is always the important over? And that was one of the most expensive overs. And I think they've brought on Ethan Bosch an over too late, just 1 run required for victory. It was Bosch that should have bowled that 19th over. How often in T20 cricket, it's a recognized fact that the 19th over is your most important over. Because it's the difference between being able to defend a number of runs in that last over. Now, 1 run required. Dot ball, 5 more balls remain. Oh, but Jean Du Plessis. Now, before this, I would have said Ethan Bosch was a shoo-in for the man of the match.
100%.
Not anymore. Du Plessis, I think he walks away with that award. Has been a superb innings. Now all of a sudden, they've got all the men in the circle except for a deep backward square leg. Now, why he's back there, I don't know. 1 run required. There it is. Scooped over the inner ring, away for 4, behind square. And the Warriors eventually get home with 4 balls to spare and win by a convincing 6 wickets. What a start to their T20 Challenge campaign. The Warriors victorious here at St George's Park, and Du Plessis, you just can't say enough about the manner and the impact he's made from the moment he came to the wicket. And I'm not surprised. Joyous celebration in the Warriors camp.
Spot on, Craig. It's massively important that you start your campaign at home with a W. And the Dafabet Warriors has done just that. Thanks to a special innings from John Du Plessis on debut for the Warriors, scoring a magical 69 of 45 balls.
Don't forget the captain there, Mutusami. He only made 13, run a ball, but that's all he had to do, was to keep rotating the strike, getting the man of the moment, Du Plessis, on strike. And it'll be a disappointed Dolphins that will walk away the losers. But they only became competitive thanks to Ethan Bosch, because of that wonderful 45 of 19 balls he made to give them an almost defendable total. But good start from the Warriors, remembering Warriors are missing 3 of their international stalwarts in Bretsky, Stubbs and Kruger. And what a difference they'll make. But Du Plessis, I think he's cemented a place for himself in that middle order. Happy camp.
100%, and that's why they brought him down from the SVD to win you matches, and he's done just that at the first time of asking.
Yeah, and this sparse crowd have been thoroughly entertained. You know, it wasn't a foregone conclusion that it was a walk in the park for the Warriors. They had to work hard at one stage, 21 for 2, but that partnership of 75 between JP King and Du Plessis laid the foundation, and we mentioned it right at the beginning. If somebody can be there at the end, of those top 3 or 4, you're going to win the game. And there are players of the match. The batter, Jean du Plessis. Bowler, CJ King. Sure. And there's the scorecard confirming that Warriors' victory by 6 wickets. Jean du Plessis not out 69 or 45 balls. At one stage, he got to his 50 at a run a ball, but then hit those boundaries just to secure the victory well within inside the required number of deliveries. An important partnership. JP King played his place. Best all-round of the game by a long way. JP King really bowled well. There the bowlers. Oh, not too much to write home about. Mokoana, Pillay, Sobrian, all being rather expensive. John Smuts brought in within the 6-over power play. Well, he was not victorious and conceding those 30 runs. So from St. George's Park here with the Warriors taking on the Dolphins. The Warriors, having won the toss, asking the Dolphins to bat. Dolphins getting 162 for 9. Dafabet Warriors in the final over, 163 for 4, thanks to du Plessis' fine, 69 not out, JP King's 41, and a comfortable victory for the Dafabet Warriors by 6 wickets. Thank you very much for joining us, and look forward to seeing you and having us present brilliant T20 cricket again soon.
And gone! Bowl them! Gone in, don't take a punt guy.
Western Province win. He's got him. Easy catch.
What a performance!
We have witnessed an excellent game of cricket.